So I had streamed Donkey Kong Country GBA trilogy a couple of years ago or so, but I also had like way less viewers. We were well into the single digits back then, so the amount of people who actually saw me stream these were pretty low number. And I'm also jazzing it up a bit. We're doing some retro achievement stuff with this as well. I'm not necessarily going to go for like masteries on these. Masteries are like platinum trophies, essentially. They're like, you know, platinum trophies on like PlayStation or whatever. That's what a mastery is. I'm not necessarily going for that with these because there are some achievements that are extremely annoying. And if I do end up doing them, some of that may be just done off stream or something. Speaking of things I did off stream, I did in fact get a mastery in Donkey Kong Country for the Super Nintendo. So I did that. It took me quite a bit. It took me about 8 hours off stream to finish the rest of the set, simply because I had not done 101% in a very long time. And the reason is because I remembered not enjoying 101% for Donkey Kong Country 1. So I just never played it that way. And then I revisited it and I gave it another go, a golden cream, to kind of reassess what I think about Donkey Kong Country when you try to get everything. And as it turns out, younger me remembered correctly. It's fucking garbage. Donkey Kong Country is fucking terrible to get everything in. It is really not made well in that aspect. It is very good as a speed game, but it is atrocious when you are just trying to get everything because they made it wrong. That simply put is that for getting everything in DKC1, they made it wrong. Now I am planning, we'll see how it goes on stream. For the GBA remake, I am planning on getting everything. Now what helps is that I literally just did this on the Super Nintendo like 2 days ago. And also you can just look at maps and stuff like that kind of just streamline the process to an extent. But there's going to be some interesting differences. There are a lot of differences with these GBA remakes because they are remakes. They're not like ports. These are from the ground up redone. So we got this, and I'm gonna have to move some things around because I don't have a professional layout for this because your streamer is ill-prepared. Your streamer is ill-prepared. Okay. But we have... I needed to make this big so people could read it. But I'm going to be reading it out loud anyway. I'm going to be reading this out loud anyway. Okay. So we have ourselves here Nintendo Power issue 169, nice, of June 2003, which is the month that the Donkey Kong Country Game Boy Advance remake came out. And you might even notice, so this is like an ad, basically. An ad and like kind of a tips page and shit in Nintendo Power about this version. You might even notice, they say right in the marketing here that it's a remake. To say Donkey Kong and Diddy swing onto the Game Boy Advance in a remake of the Super NES classic. A lot of people think that these are ports. I don't know where that assumption came from, but not even Nintendo marketed them as ports. They're remakes. Bro, so we got some wondrous renders here of all the Kongs. We got Return of the Kongs. When Donkey Kong Country was first released on the Super NES in 1994, it took the world by storm with its revolutionary rendered graphics and massive adventure, spanning over 100 levels. I don't know where they're getting that number. There are not over 100 levels in this game. I think they're doing that thing that a lot of marketing did at the time, where they're like, well, every screen is a level. So like bonus stages are levels, right? Or we you know, like there are ways that they're stretching the truth, or there'd be like a boss fight's a level, right? Because there are not over 100 levels to Donkey Kong Country. It is in fact quite below that number. 9 years later, Nintendo's bringing one of the most beloved platformers of all time to the Game Boy Advance. Can you defeat King K. Rool and reclaim Donkey Kong's bananas? Well, can you? Bonus games and extras. In addition to the main story mode, there are a number of bonus games and extras in Donkey Kong Country with which to occupy your time, some of which are new to the GBA version of the game. You can play both Funky's Fishing and Candy's Dance Studio with a friend via the Game Boy Advance Game Link cable. Remember that? Did you ever use that? I used that like once in my life, I think. Or maybe not even once in my life. I don't know if I ever used that functionality with like another Game Boy. Maybe one time. Maybe there was one time I did it. Vaguely remember something like that with like something. Otherwise, I only ever used it with the GameCube. So you got Funky's Fishing. Donkey Kong and Diddy have gone fishing. Press up and down on the control pad to raise and lower your hook. Then press the A button to reel in the fish. You can perform a combo with a K, like we're Mortal Kombat, giving you more points and adding time to the clock. By catching multiple of the same color, multiple fish of the same color on the same hook, rather. Complete Funky's challenges in each region to win prizes. Hey, Bay Dog. Yep, I'm aware of the GBC version. I'm well aware of that one. I had streamed that one as well around the same time I had streamed these originally. Got Candy's Dance Studio. Donkey Kong's a dancing machine. Keep an eye on the beat indicator at the top of the screen and press the corresponding buttons or directions on the control pad when they enter the white box in the middle. Keep up the rhythm to impress Candy and win a prize. I hear that this... I've only dabbled in this briefly in the past. I hear that this minigame is fucking awful and like doesn't really work that well. So when people do the retro achievements for this, most people get hung up on Candy's Dance Studio, apparently. And Funky's Fishing causes some problems for people, but like, apparently the Dance Studio thing is just made poorly and ends up being annoying for people. I wonder if it'll give me a ton of trouble. It probably will. It's probably like the thing that would prevent me from getting a mastery, at least on stream. DK Attack. Donkey Kong Attack is a race against the clock in which you must accumulate as many points as possible to earn a ribbon. Levels become available in DK Attack only after you finish them in the main game. Achieve a perfect rating on every level to unlock a new background for the Donkey Kong Attack menu screen. Ooh. So you got time and items. Love these screenshots, by the way. They're so crusty. Like they're really just like, you could tell they just pointed a camera at this, right? At the GBA. Really rough, really rough. Ah, boy, gotta hydrate. So, pick up as many items as you can on your way to the exit. But don't backtrack, time is of the essence. Speaking of which, the time icons scattered throughout each level will add valuable seconds to your remaining time. Some are pretty well hidden, so keep an eye out for them. Hey, me, welcome in. So this DK Attack thing, I'm interested to see how well I'll do at it, because a great deal of the achievements in the GBA version of the Retro Achievement set have these DK Attack things. Now, I'm very fast at these games, but there will be differences because you have to get points. You have to, like, you know, extend your time through other means. So, like, normal routes, I assume, would not be good enough to get, like, a high ranking on these time trials. So that might be a thing that trips me up. But if I know where they're located, I'm sure I'll be fine. If I can figure that out or use some kind of a guide, I imagine I could probably knock these out pretty damn easily. Bonus points. You receive bonus points for getting both Kongs through the level, and for finishing with an animal buddy, I see. You can also rack up major points by bouncing on consecutive enemies without touching the ground, The more enemies you defeat in a row, the more points you'll earn. I wonder how much of that's gonna actually matter, because you kind of have to measure it versus, like, time invested versus your score. So that's something we'll have to play with as we go through it. So this is probably the worst addition to the game. Cameras and Cranky Kong. There are 52 cameras hidden in the game. When you find one, you'll open up a picture in your scrapbook. The pictures are new to the GBA version of DKC. You must collect all of them to finish the game with a 101% completion rating. So that is a new addition. To get 101%, you did not have to do that originally. That is deranged, because there was already a lot of stuff you had to do in terms of finding bonuses to get that originally in the first place, and now they made it more annoying for you to get that. Most of the hidden cameras are scattered throughout the levels, but you'll also receive some for completing Funky's fishing challenges and Candy's dance studio. Oh boy. So basically, they really try to force you to do those mini games if you want that true 101%. Frankie will even give you one if you visit him in every region. If you can sit through the old Cranky Pants' complaining, you'll usually pick up a clue about whatever region you're in. After you've found all of the bonus areas in the game, Cranky will begin to give you hints regarding hidden camera locations. So essentially, they do sort of have a hint system built into the game. Kind of. I imagine it's limited. But you have to find all the bonuses first, which is also kind of deranged. So then they talk about the different moves and stuff. And we got a glorious render here of Donkey Kong. Only the best. Only the best. So, all pretty standard stuff. Nothing new here. Except the hand slap, which is a really, really funny move. And you can barely even see what is being depicted because this photo is so fucking... This photo they took is so fucking crusted. I can barely even tell what I'm looking at, even though I have this, like, zoomed. Yeah, so all pretty standard stuff. You got your animal buddies. Funny enough, they just completely remove Squawks here. Squawks is technically an animal buddy, but they just don't have him here because he only shows up in one level, I guess. So he's just been omitted from this section. And then they talk about the warp barrels. So a thing that they changed, to my recollection, is they did not originally have a warp barrel in every... Exactly, Nabjack. They did not originally have a warp barrel in every level of Congo Jungle. That seems to be a new thing that they added in the GBA version. Like, if they're being accurate in that statement, there, in fact, was not originally one in every level. Like, they didn't have one in, like Jungle Japes, like the first level. There's no warp. So that's interesting. Or, like, Jungle Hijinks, I guess is what it's technically called. I get these names confused because there are different levels with different names. Yeah, so that's interesting. That's interesting. And then they talk about other mechanics, like, you know, hidden underground stuff, which I imagine a lot of the photos are probably hidden under stuff like that. For the record, I will not be finding all of the photos manually on my own because that's a fool's errand. So just so you know, I'm not going to be doing that. And then he's got like a WarioWare thing here, because why not? Just have WarioWare just there in the corner. You know, sure. Yep, so the rest of it's just like telling you about, hey, yo, there are bonuses, here's some secrets. We're gonna give you the secrets and the tips for the beginning areas of this game. Just gonna tell you the deets. And they talk about the final boss of World 1. And then they say, barrels of fun. Very naughty may be down for the count, but there are still 6 more bosses, including King K. Rool himself, standing between Donkey Kong and the remainder of his prized banana horde. You've learned all the skills necessary to help you survive, but the most difficult challenges are yet to come. Be careful, it's a jungle out there. Yeah, so that's pretty much it for this little section of Nintendo Power. However, did you know that there is, in fact, more? Yes, There is indeed more. Why is this so shrunk down? Let me see if I can fix that. Why is the resolution like that? Is it not capable? Yeah, this is getting really laggy. Jesus Christ. PDFs are a real fucking trip. Okay, but yeah, they made a GBA exclusive player's guide. And you were actually able to get this for free if you had Nintendo Power. You were able to choose out of being able to get this or I'm trying to remember what the other one was, but it was like one of two players guides that you could get, and you could get it through that for free, which is interesting. It's very interesting. Yeah, I genuinely don't know. I guess PDFs are just kind of annoying and stupid because this is all it came in. So I was kind of hoping it would not be this like zoomed out because it's kind of hard for chat to see it. But yeah, they made a whole ass exclusive guide for this. They, oddly enough though, did not make them for 2 and 3. So there are no official guides for 2 and 3 on GBA, even though they are actually more different than their originals. So, interesting. Very interesting indeed. Now, let's see. So basically, they go over a lot of the similar things. It's funny though that they call these advanced moves. Like riding a steel keg, a rolling jump, and a hand slap are apparently advanced moves, which is very funny to me. But yeah, you get to see like a bunch of funny renders here. A bunch of little funny renders. Look at Winky. Wild stuff. Wild stuff. You look at a terrible photo of the On Guard bonus area stitched together. All kinds of good stuff here. Look at that. Look at that fucking Manky Kong. Look at that fucking freak. Amazing. Yeah, so they tell you all the names of those fellas. Get your barrels. A Sonata. And then these are the guides. These are all your guides. If there's one thing, though, that I'm noticing is that, we weren't really gonna look at this too much on stream anyway. My plan was to use my iPad to look at this, to reference it while I play. And you chat do not need to see that. Hey, Baxter. But, essentially, I would otherwise try to get this in a more larger, presentable format, chat, but we're not really going to be looking at this, like, at length on stream. We were spending most of our time on the Nintendo Power issue with that section, but yeah, this is essentially what the official GBA version of the Nintendo Player's Guide looks like. Pretty interesting stuff. Pretty interesting stuff. Yeah, it is strange that they did just not make anything for 2 and 3. So, like, the only things you would have references for with 2 and 3 would be GameFAQs and I guess, like, YouTube. Well, I have an iPad mini, like the latest model. I recently got it, like, 3 weeks ago. It was one of the major purchases that I decided to make before the apocalypse, so... Before you can't afford things like iPads anymore. Because my last tablet was absolutely ancient. Yeah, pretty cool. Okay, they have a... That's fun. They have a camera appendix. That'll actually be pretty useful to reference. Oh, okay. Yeah, that actually... This one page in of itself is probably the main thing that I would be looking at. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Because, yeah, the cameras are going to be the main thing that grinds my gears on this version. Good stuff. Look at that Golden Sun Nintendo Power cover there. Good stuff. Yeah, it's just the back of the guide. But yeah, anyway. So that... was your history lesson. But there's a little more. We have a little bit more to show you. But wait, there's more. That's right. Hey, did you know? Did you know that Electronics Gaming Monthly did a set of reviews? They did a set of reviews for the GBA version of Donkey Kong Country. It's fairly enlightening. It's true. They in fact did do that. So let's take a little gander, shall we? These are the only reviews from a magazine that I could find. I'm sure there were probably more that were like posted online, you know, through like GameSpot and shit like that. But for the most part, this kind of flew under the radar. Not a lot of people were advertising and talking about this. Most of the advertisements for Donkey Kong Country 1 on GBA were done through commercials, it seems. And a few magazine ads. So, DK's Banana Horde is looking a little overripe. An annoying minecart level? That's spelled F-U-N. These graphics once set the gaming world ablaze. Now, not so much. The good. Country fans can revisit this antiquated bestseller. Bad. This donkey's characters are the bib and cradle set. Time has not been kind to this game's once rad visuals. For one thing, this is on the GBA, okay? In some ways, the visuals have been downgraded. In other ways, they've been upgraded. It's complicated. When we play the game in a few minutes, we'll see that for ourselves. So, they have 3 separate reviews here. One from CJ, one from G Ford, and one from Crispin. Soy sauce. So CJ has this to say. When Donkey Kong Country first came out on the Super NES 9 years ago, everyone, including myself, loved it because of its newfangled rendered graphics. But time has made DKC's narcotic visual effects wear off, and now I see it as an average platformer filled with gimmicky nonsense, collectathon gameplay, and some of the lamest characters ever. Look at the screenshots here. Remember when you thought this looked incredible? Again, these are not what the game looked like on the Super Nintendo. This isn't what it looked like. They completely remade the game. The graphics are actually different in a lot of ways. They're like essentially just doing like a, it's complicated, but essentially this isn't what the game looked like. So this isn't like actually accurate or fair if you're talking about the Super Nintendo version. Because like they're not the same looking games. They just have a similar coat of paint, so to speak. They have like a similar framework, but they're very different. The enemies with their can't be more than 2 frames of animation just look ridiculous now, and the silly ass bosses are even worse. So here's the thing, what's really funny is that their animation on the sprites in these remakes is actually much higher fidelity than they are in the Super Nintendo. They actually have a lot of frames. There's actually like a lot of frames of animation with the enemies. That's a very bizarre statement because it's literally not true. The gameplay hasn't aged gracefully either. Most of DKC's levels have some inane, unfun theme like runaway minecarts or shooting DK out of a barrel, as if the memorization-based gameplay wasn't already annoying. The screen hasn't been cropped to fit the GBA. Now you'll wrestle with unfair blind jumps and unseen enemies, enough to make you want to throw your GBA at the nearest wall. Skill issue. It's interesting because the thing about Donkey Kong Country is it's like that on the Super Nintendo. Like, as much as I like the first Donkey Kong Country game, that's a problem on the original Super Nintendo game. There are blind jumps on that, and there are things that come off screen that you don't really have a lot of time to be prepared for. That's more of just like a core design of the game rather than it being explicitly like it's on a portable screen problem. By the time the Game Boy Advance came out, like, less 2D platformers had that problem with screen real estate. It was still there with some games, to be sure, but it wasn't nearly as severe as, hey, Matt OB, wasn't nearly as severe as what's being let on in this review. So it's a little bit more nuanced and complicated than that. More obvious outliers would be like the Mario Advance games, particular Mario Advance 4, which I think was Super Mario Brothers 3. It's really hard to get the numbers correct on those releases. But Super Mario Brothers 3 on Game Boy Advance definitely had that problem with real estate. But this version, I don't really think it was much of an issue, if at all. I think it mostly stayed originally true to the original game when it came to what you could see on screen. But, you know, regardless, that was still an actual problem in the Super Nintendo version, so... Again, CJ's not really remembering what the Super Nintendo version was like at all, evidently. I'm not even sure if CJ played it. Maybe he did 9 years ago and is going off of 9-year-old memories and doesn't remember shit. I don't fucking know. My advice, keep those fond DKC memories intact by never playing it again. So that's his review. I think CJ's full of shit, by and large. Most of what he said's not actually even true. Anyway, G Ford, I don't know what that stands for, but he's a G Ford. It's probably better to revisit this country with nostalgic Super Nintendo memories than by actually replaying it. Besides the graphics, which, despite CJ's whining, still look good, the game is not held up well. Sure, the minecart riding and barrel hopping remain mildly fun, but you can only spell Kong so many times before the thrill disappears. There's probably enough fun here to warrant one playthrough, but only if you've conquered the comparably timeless Mario Advances. So the funny thing about the Mario Advances is that I largely find that the Mario Advance releases to be fucking garbage. Like, for a variety of reasons. I think the best one out of the Mario Advances is the first one, which is Mario Brothers 2 USA. Because they basically fixed a bunch of the issues with that version. One of them being it's ungodly fucking hard. And they managed to like streamline that a bit to make it a bit more palpable and easier to beat. And they added in a few like quality of life features and stuff. The other ones typically have a lot of like just downgrades and problems in general. And yeah, the very obnoxious voice clips are also bad. Like, just what I needed. And then Toad's awful voice in Mario Brothers 2 and stuff like that. And, you know, there are a few neat things, like Super Mario World has a few neat additions. Mainly, like, Luigi is his own playable character that has a completely different moveset and physics and stuff. I think that's neat. Is it good? That's more up to debate, but it's interesting that it's there. But, like, Mario Advances are not, like... They're not great ways to play those games, honestly. Like, that's kind of my take on that. So here's Crispin's review. CJ and G Ford are spanking these monkeys too hard. Yeah, DKC is kitty. Has weak bosses and suffers from muy stupido character design, although the animation is slick. Again, don't listen to CJ. But despite all that, the game offers more variety than the zillion other Me Too side-scrollers on GBA. Nearly every level has its own twist, minecarts, swinging vines, baddie freezing stoplights, etc. It adds up to a fun, challenging time, although the busy backgrounds make play on the backlit GBA SP a must. I think Crispin's the only one who's like been at all remotely fair, other than the very 2000s aughts core throwing in the kitty label, right? Kitty is a thing that I distinctly remember around this time. It was not even just thrown around in games journalism. It was a word that was used a lot on message boards. like Game Facts. This was something you'd read on Game Facts a lot of the time. People would be calling Wind Waker kitty. That was a real common word. It was just nonstop. People were always bombarding Nintendo stuff with the kitty label. And it's definitely not something I miss. It's definitely something I'm glad is in the past. And people who are not stupid have long since, you know, gone back and looked at these things and been like, oh yeah, it was really stupid that people just hated anything that was remotely of a charming or cute art style, right? Like, there was this real pushback throughout all of the 2000s where it was like, you know, anything that remotely had an art style that wasn't trying to be realistic was considered kiddie. It wasn't even just about targeting children. It was about like, you know, if it didn't look realistic, it was shit, which is very stupid. But that's how that went. So yeah, that is the only magazine review that I could locate, at least with the current scanned resources available. So there you have it. And that's essentially all of the coverage, at least through physical magazines, guides, and stuff like that that I could find. The rest would be online stuff, which is sort of like, at least for now, not really as interesting to me. But that's where we're at with that. Yeah, so it was sort of a interesting time, wasn't it? Let me fix this here. Sort of an interesting time, wasn't it? And yes, Twilight Princess was like the most overcorrected response to the whole Wind Waker 2 kitty babby game sort of thing. And it's kind of funny because Twilight Princess, in many ways, was kind of just inferior to Wind Waker. I like Twilight Princess, but Twilight Princess has like 2 major problems. It's way too long. And it's got like the longest intro known to man. Like, it has the worst fucking intro to a Zelda game I've ever played. And I have played most of the Zelda games. The only Zelda games I haven't played are a small handful of the 2D ones, and I can't imagine that a 2D Zelda game would have a long intro. Maybe chat could correct me, but I'm pretty sure, as a general rule, 2D games, especially Zelda games, tend to be pretty quick in terms of, like, getting through the intro and shit like that. Minish Cap I've not played, so maybe Minish Cap has a long-ass intro that's bad. I don't know. But yeah, so I've only beaten Twilight Princess once because it's so way too fucking long. I like it though. It's different. There's some good stuff about Twilight Princess. I would not in any realm call it a bad game. It's just too long in the tooth and has a ridiculously long intro for no real reason. It's just too bloated, like is ultimately Twilight Princess's problem. It's too bloated. Yeah, anyway. So I think we're pretty much good to start. On the game itself. Let me get ourselves swapped over here. Alrighty. So wait for the capture to hook in. Can you please hook in? Sometimes takes a little bit. Yeah, there we go. This might be a bit on the quiet side from the sounds of it. I'm gonna have to boost it up. The thing is with Game Boy audio is you kind of got to be a little careful. Because it might be, have a bit of perceived loudness to it. So I guess if you had a GBA link cable. you would be able to do the 2-player team. This is like a different remix. They clearly adjusted this for the GBA. At least they tried to do their best. The thing to understand about the Game Boy Advance is the Game Boy Advance did not have a sound chip, so it worked off of the CPU, which is why unless you were really, really good at what you did, all Game Boy Advance audio was fucking trash and sounded like a tin can. There were a small handful of games that had very talented people who worked around it and did a lot of trickery to make things sound good. But yeah. So one of the things that's different here is they have a whole intro. You don't just start and play the game. So what this is this is, I believe, basically one-to-one verbatim with the instruction manual that came with the Super Nintendo. Because all the instruction manuals had the plot and the premise. And I'm pretty sure this is just a whole reenactment of putting it in the game. So essentially, if you read the instruction manual, I think this is basically the exact same dialogue. I'm pretty sure it is, just based off of memory. So yeah, this is like one of the big changes is having the intro. Unskippable intro, by the way. But it is an interesting addition. And there we go. So now we have the whole video game to play. And here we go. So, a few things that are immediately different for those who actually know this game well. Few people know this game as well as I do. But one of the things is, yes, the colors are extremely fucking bright. So, interesting fun fact. The Game Boy Advance SP had already been out at this point. I don't know what happened here, why they decided to wash it out as much as they did when the SPs were readily available. If nothing else, you'd think, oh, that would be a good selling point, like play these games or whatnot. Or at least offer a mode, you know? At least offer a mode. But yeah, you might notice there's some differences here, chat. The animations are completely different in that they're way more smooth. Like, all this is, like, way more nuanced. The animations for this are way more, like higher resolution, more detailed, more higher frame rates on, like, just the swapping and shit. There's, like, definitely some notable differences with that. I think this might get me, like, a photo or something if I do this. There's also new sound effects. The steel barrel never made all this noise. So that's all a new addition. They also have these new splash screens telling you the objective for the bonus levels, which puts it more consistent and in line with what it was like in Donkey Kong Country 2 and 3 on the Super Nintendo. Because those did that, so they added, like, consistency to the first game with that. So we're just gonna go right back in, because there's, like, a bunch of stuff we didn't get and shit like that, so we're gonna get those. Hey, Giga Boots. Welcome in. Of course, that's still consistent, though, with the original game. Just having that happen at random. So one of the other things they did, chat, is they fixed Donkey Kong. So Donkey Kong in the original Super Nintendo game is a huge, giant piece of shit that can't fucking jump. And just, like, has no speed and no momentum. And now he has way more reach. He's almost one-to-one with Diddy Kong in terms of his abilities. So Donkey Kong's no longer a giant fucking insufferable lump of garbage like he is in the original game. So So that's actually one just straight up, like, this is an upgrade sort of change. And I think that's, like, one of the silver linings with this remake is that Donkey Kong is actually usable. We got ourselves a Chivo there. Yeah, they added a bunch of sound effects to Rambi. They added other things, too. Fuck. I didn't get the balloon at the end. So let me go back in real quick. So you might have noticed there's other stuff, too, like more background stuff. Like, you got butterflies moving around that are animated. There's a warps. The warps have been added. That's one of the warps. There was not originally a warp, and they added this whole thing. So you got, like, much like in Donkey Kong Country 2, and parts of 3, I think, you have, like, an extra area. That's, like, its own warp area that you walk through, but they didn't have, like, this wacky background shit. With, like, this galactic portal. So that's, like, another weird little addition. Yeah, these guys are way more animated, chat. So this is, like, what CJ was talking about in his fucking shit-ass review. He's, like, full of shit. Like, 2 frames of animation. Are you fucking blind? Like, this is actually very fluid. Like, look at how fluid this guy is. In the original game, he had way less frames of animation. So there are actually, like, things here that are just better. But then there's other stuff that's weird, too. But, you know. Yeah, they added things like tiny little lizards and things like that. I wonder if in this version you're required to complete the bonuses to get the percentage. I bet that they probably made it so you had to do that. They do let you retry bonuses, by the way, which is new. They did not let you do that in the original game. But yeah, it's pretty neat. Yeah, the hat stomp is less stiff. Everything has more frames of animation in general. Yeah, there's a little lizard fella. But yeah, they also removed the day and night transition in this stage. Before, when you were at this point, it would have been nighttime. It would have started at day and then turned into night by the time you were over here. So those are all things that they switched around and changed. So pretty interesting. We're going to go back in once more. I don't know if we got everything here. They do have trackers, so they do tell you. So that's another thing they changed, is unlike the original game, they actually tell you what you're missing in each level. So that is, again, another nice thing that they added. Which I think is pretty cool. Yeah, they changed a lot of the colors of the Kremlins, which is also interesting. So, like, even the naughties and stuff have, like, different colors and shit. I did not want to go in there. They have different colors and shit. So they just added more colors, variety to the different existing enemies. So, like, you can already see that, like, much like the marketing had already explained, these are remakes. They're not, like, ports. I don't know how the fuck you're supposed to get up there anymore. That's weird. It's like Rambi can't jump high enough or something. Another little weird thing they changed, which is nice. It's a nice little quality of life feature, but originally when you went through the world map, you were stuck in the direction once you committed to it. Now they just let you go back. They let you change your direction anytime while you're in the world map. And of course, they also completely changed the world map. They have more detail now. They're more zoomed in. They're different layouts. The order of the levels is identical, but they did change the world map. So that's another just thing they did. So this is another one where this would be nighttime. You also originally could not see up here. That's another interesting little oddity. The rain looks very different. But yeah, it's a bit weird that this is like a daytime level now, because that was not how it worked in the original. It's also worth pointing out, there's a little frog dude. It's worth pointing out that, like, the physics in all of the remakes are pretty consistent between each other. And also completely different from the original Super Nintendo games. So a lot of my skill sets do not actually apply. There's a lot of tricks and movement tech that don't work in these versions. It's, as far as playability goes, it's actually one of the worst points of these remakes, is that the physics are mostly just worse. Ah, shit. They're mostly just worse. Like, they fucked it up. It's still perfectly playable, but it's really not as good as what it used to be. It's a little unfortunate in that regard. But hey, these things happen. There's, like, some stuff that's just weird, right? Because in the original game, you could, with Diddy Kong, you could get up there. Like, you could just jump up on that and get up there, but now it's impossible. So, like, there's a lot of, like, weird little quirks like this if you've played this game a million times like I have. They also, like, just made all the bonuses and the barrels and how they work consistent with Donkey Kong Country 3 on the Super Nintendo. So they don't, like, shoot you out into the sky anymore and shit like that. And they made this bonus game easier. It used to be harder. It's also interesting. Another oddity too, right, is you used to be able to, there's no reason to do it. This move sucks, like this pound is fucking useless. Who gives a shit, right? The only time that this would be required is for the stupid cameras in this game. This, like, version of the game. But you used to be able to, like, actually, like, pound and keep moving. Like, you weren't stuck in place. You could actually just, like, kind of glide while you were pounding on the Super Nintendo. Another just weird little thing they did. And they also got rid of the sound that Army makes when he rolls, which is weird. So you don't have the sound cue anymore. Hey, it's Cranky. So they changed Cranky's cabin. He's no longer outside. You're now indoors. So yeah, they completely overhauled this. Probably one of the better points of this is because it's a portable game. They let you save it anytime you want. Because you got battery concerns. Because in the Super Nintendo, you could only save at Candy's save point. And sometimes they would be in really mean spots.
Oblivion Bird donated 10.
Oblivion Bird, thank you for donating 10. Very much appreciated. Thank you for the support. So this is, like, less bad than some of the other levels in terms of, like, the Game Boy Advance compromises. It's a bit bright. It's darker in the original, but, like, it's more accurate to kind of how it looked on the Super Nintendo. Could be better, you know, but I've seen worse than this. But no, like, this is the funny thing about this version, right? Because I've already pointed out more than once that you do, in fact, have more visibility for various parts compared to the Super Nintendo. Now, we know because CJ is a game journalist. CJ is a game journalist that... there's a little bat there. That's fun. Because CJ is a game journalist, he in fact has not played Donkey Kong Country for at least 9 years. Had no form of comparison point, and just assumed that the Game Boy Advance version was just identical in every way, in every single way. And was just ported to the GBA, which is literally not what Nintendo said. Literally, Nintendo Power Nintendo explicitly said these are remakes. And that this, like, Donkey Kong Country 1 on GBA is a remake. So, just interesting. Thought I'd point that out. A game journalist being wrong about something? Whoa. Shocking. See, unlike other streamers, unlike other content creators, I dislike most game journalists, not because they're woke, but because they have wrong opinions. That's the difference, because they're fucking wrong, and they don't fucking play the games that they review. That's interesting. So again, you can see more. Like, so this is peeking into the other side of the level we haven't been to yet. Originally, you wouldn't have been able to see any of this. So, like, it really does seem like in most situations, you just straight up are seeing more of the levels on this version. Like, you actually have a wider field of view. So is this guy gonna come back? Okay, he does. Okay. Yes, unfiltered and raw. Exactly. So they completely changed how on guard controls. You could not just do this rapid fire sword attack. You couldn't do that. And he also didn't really move in the exact same way as he does here. There's some, like, differences in nuance. He's also smaller, it seems. Act upon your impulses? I don't know what your impulses are, JC. If they're healthy ones, then sure. Yeah, because we're doing retro achievements, I'm basically trying to get as much stuff as I reasonably can on one kind of go or whatever on a level. I'm not, like, super keen on just doing it literally all as I go, but close enough. So they still have this animal cracker thing, which if I were remaking this game, I would have gotten rid of this whole animal cracker, animal token minigame, because I think this is fucking sucks, and it is shit. I think this is, like, one of the worst things about like, doing full completionist for Donkey Kong Country 1 is this fucking system, because it just gets in your way of collecting shit. Also, they added more collectibles to the top, by the way. That's another new thing they added. There's actually more collectibles in this version, for whatever reason. You actually couldn't even see up here originally. Jesus Christ, get up there, bitch. Well, I wasn't able to get the multiplier. Not... whatever. I don't know if there's an achievement for that, but I don't think there were any achievements for the animal minigames. But see, the problem is it put me back here. So they still do that. I don't know if it's as severe as it is in the Super Nintendo. But they just don't put you back where you got the cracker. It's a weird thing. There's a little clownfish fella. That's fun. Now, obviously, it goes without saying that one of the major downgrades is the audio, because Super Nintendo stuff being interpreted through a console that has no sound chip. So this is Funky's Fishing. No longer Funky's Flights, or it's both. Looks like it's both. Yeah, it's both. The other barrel, the one with the hook, will take you to my most excellent fishing pools. So you can choose a barrel. Well, we have to see the minigame. I have no idea what I'm doing. Use the control pad to move on guard left and right. When you are ready to strike, press the A button. This will haul the catch from the water. Simply place it in the boat and make it yours. 20 red fish. Right on, man. My first challenge is to catch 20 or more of those red fish within the time limit. The more you catch, the better the prize. They really did just get rid of the music, huh? Unless you actually get it when you go in the barrel. There's no way the GBA sound chip could do it, though. Okay, I kind of get what we're doing here. Okay, I see. I see now. We also got goldfish. You can probably get multiples. Okay, you can control it with the D-pad. You can go up and down to move it down faster. I see. Fuck. Okay, you have to get them in the boat. Okay, hold on. Yeah, he did mention that part. We're getting used to it. I I really appreciate if he didn't do the explanation every time, though. Oh, okay, you apparently don't want to get the goldfish. I thought they'd be worth more points. Apparently he only wants red fish and nothing else. What a hyper-specific fixation he has. It seems kind of... I could see this being annoying if you're trying to do the retro achievements for this. Because they have some for the mini-games. Okay, we got the 20. So the rest are what? Just extra? Damn. Damn. I'm missing all of them. I have to play the fucking music for that, really? Yep, they have mini-games. We got the photo. Alright, let's find out if the music plays if I go in the barrel. Nope. Well, that's a downgrade. Just whatever this original song is, which isn't that good. Nope, that's unfortunate. Alright, let's take the shortcut first. Or will it not fucking let me do it normally? Hold on. Are they making me do it the other way now? Did they change this? I think they changed how this worked. Yeah, they changed how that worked. Oh, that's unfortunate. So they're making me do it... There we go. They're making me do it that way. Because they changed the physics of the game. So you can't do the thing that I would normally do to get up there. Yeah, we're doing a once through with the shortcut because I figured that it's probably gonna... I figure it's probably gonna get me a Chivo or something. It might not, though. I guess no Chivo, that's fine. I was just curious. So I'll have to do the level normally now. Interesting. Okay. That one's always silly, though. There's still no way to know that bonus is there. That one have always come off as mean to me. So they changed how the barrels work. The barrels move up faster now, so you can't just spam the shoot out of the barrel button to actually just get through that quickly. Okay. So we found all the bonuses. If you weren't able to move before in that bonus, once you get up in the barrel, they don't let you move left and right. So that's another, like, weird little quirk that they changed. This is the kind of stuff that only someone like me can usually point out, because few people have played as much of Donkey Kong Country as I have. But that's part of what makes it interesting, at least in my opinion. But yeah, originally you were not able to move at all once you fired out of the barrel. Unless you got hit by, like, a zinger or something. So that is interesting. Jesus. That's interesting to me. I got fucked over there. Okay, so we have that many. I don't think the pausing would let you look at your letters before. That also seems to be new. But yeah, it does not save your letter progress past what you've gotten through a checkpoint, much like the original game in that regard. But yeah, the timing for a lot of stuff is completely different. A lot of the timing is completely different in this version, so expect a lot of deaths in some sections because they just straight up changed it. Like, it's slightly different. So don't expect complete professional play here. But yeah, I think probably one of the most egregious things are the barrels, because they're so different now. Okay, we made it through. Just get the letter up top. Chivo done. Alright, you ready for minigame? We got more of them. Have you come to get in the groove? You're just not going to say anything? Just, okay, we're just going in. Okay, here's how you do it. You will see a line of buttons and directions scrolling across the screen. Hit that button or direction, just as it passes through the square box. You will then see hit, miss, or if you are really good, perfect. Both hit and perfect add to the prize bar at the bottom of the screen, while a miss will cause the prize bar to decrease. Simply repeat this process until the tune stops. I will then reward you depending on your final... This is hard to read because it's so blown up on my end. Usually looking at the OBS preview window is easier, to be honest. Depending on your final position on the prize bar. Good luck. I hear this is terrible. Like, and the timing on it is fucked up. Let's make it easy for you. I'll only do a couple of different moves this time. I also need to know the button layouts with my controller. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So I'm pressing the buttons, and it's saying miss. I don't know why. It's... Like, I don't know what the timing is. I'm pushing it when... So I can see why this is something that is considered the hardest part of the achievement set, is trying to do this. Because the timing is just not right. Like, none of this is accurate. Like, I don't know when I'm supposed to do it. Oh, apparently it's really late.
Time up.
We have 2 left feet, and we're crazy fools. I only got 1. No, it's just extremely wrong timing. It's very late. It's like there's an enormous pounds of latency added to this that have nothing to do with it being on emulator. So basically, you can't really trust the game. It's when it's exiting the box is when you're supposed to hit. It's very strange. It's almost like it has to be halfway through the box in order for it to be a perfect.
Time up.
And I don't know why Candy's gigantic. Cool. Modded Xbox. That's an interesting way to play this. Anyway, so that's that minigame. Hey, remember this guy? They changed him. He's doing new moves now. He didn't do any of this before. And he didn't jump or animate like this. They completely changed his animations and his size and what the boss actually does. And we have these new segments where Cranky shows up for some reason, giving like the fucking peanut gallery commentary. So how are we doing with this? Level stats. So apparently we got everything. The achievements also kind of told us that, but it's cool that they have this here. So this is like, this is one of these things you wish the Super Nintendo games had, you know? I think we're missing photos, but that's to be expected since that's a stupid hidden bullshit thing, and we'll have to follow a guide for that. This is another area that just got massively washed out. It's
what a shame.
Super bright. Super bright now. They added a bunch of sound effects to Winky. Changed his animations. He controls differently. Oh, he's just gone now. They changed this for some reason. Like, this room doesn't look the same. It didn't used to have, like, this section here that, like, went further down. They also changed the location of the Kong letter. This is what autism is like, chat. When you're really, really familiar with a thing. Oh, they made getting that letter possible without Winky. That's interesting. Before, you couldn't get the letter G without Winky. It also helps that I literally just did the 101% off stream on the Super Nintendo one, like I did it 2 days ago, so... I have a pretty fresh memory of some of the weird things I had to do and some of what they changed. So he's just giving kind of generic tips. Yeah, I mean, we all have games like that. And it's not even necessarily a requirement to have autism. It's, it helps. I would say it helps. But it's not a requirement. I mean, I know there's shitloads of people who don't have autism that just played a lot of World of Warcraft back when it was newer that still remember way too much about World of Warcraft. It's just kind of how it goes sometimes, you know? Oh, almost missed that letter. Are you enjoying the fart rendition of this? It's on guard. It's his bonus room. Da, 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 da. I think his bonus room sucks shit, by the way. It's just as terrible as it is in the original. Oh, too slow. Not gonna get the multiplier. Like, I'm pretty sure, though, again, there's no bonuses, like, extra achievements for that, so it doesn't fucking matter. Oh, okay, they didn't fix the animal cracker thing. Good. That major flaw is still in the game. Good to know. They just boot you back to, like, far back in the levels. When you get the full animal cracker, always a hoot and holler. At least I remembered my letters. Whoa, what'd they do with the camera there? That's weird. I don't know why it's stuck there. It's not supposed to stick there like that. It's worth pointing out that for whatever reason, somebody made a color restoration mod for this. I don't know why they did that. I actually streamed it a couple years ago. For whatever reason, he didn't feel like jumping. Not really sure what was up with that. He just didn't feel like doing it. So that's interesting. You keep both Kongs when you die in these sections. In the original, you did not. You would always lose, like... You would always lose the Kong that was active. So that's another odd change. I guess it does make it a little easier. In some levels. Very interesting. I don't know why he just didn't jump. It's almost like they fucking changed the way that this feels entirely. And it's not at all the same as the original. Almost like they did that. Yeah, interesting. They really did just change a lot of this in weird, subtle ways that make it really feel wrong to play. It almost feels like you have less jump on the cart in this version. Like, it's almost like they made it tighter for no reason. Like, they just made this harder. Like, you have way too much, like, vertical hang time in this. Why the fuck is that not working? We've almost been to the end many times, and then we keep dying on those same spots for reasons that perplex me personally. It's not even like a skill issue thing, it's like a, okay, why are you jumping there? Maybe I should just mash the button more? Maybe there's like some kind of weird, like, bug or something? Maybe it needs to be, like, mashed multiple times in that section, just so the jump registers. But then if you mash it, you're not going to get the full height. So that's one of the problems with doing it that way, is you're going to get the short hop, which probably won't be enough. I did it anyway. Now, I can't tell you what was different that time. I literally didn't do anything different. It just worked that time. So that's cool. So we did that. I think there might be warp achievements for this. I'm not certain, but let's just do the warp. Oh, there's a photo down there. Okay. Oh, there is an achievement for this. Okay. They haven't reached true level despair like Earthbound. I see, I see. But yeah, this is a terrible version of the song. This is already drastically more toggle. Ew, fucking spider, gross. Unnecessary gross thing added. So that's another thing they changed. In the original game, if you had Donkey Kong and you went up to a bonus room like that, he would not break it by walking into it. You would have to lower the barrel or throw it. Like, you would have to put the barrel down. Interesting. Whatever. Yeah, they don't require completion of the bonuses, which is good.
What a shame.
What doesn't hurt you? But no, that particular thing with Donkey Kong and the bonus rooms, like with the barrels, that's an upgrade. That's actual improvement. It seems like most things, like, with Donkey Kong in this version, this remake, are, like, just improvements. Like, they just made his character better to play. You have like new sound effects for killing the zingers, which honestly in some ways are actually better than they are in the original. Oh, the spiders? Yeah, they're just background. They're just little background things they added. Nothing major. It wouldn't surprise me if some of the bonuses have, like, camera stuff in them, though. Little cameras to find. Ooh. Stop and go station. More like fucking blow out my eyeballs. The hell is this fucking color? Oh, this is awful. Oh, sweet fuck. They also make sound effects now when you, like different sound effects. The old sound effect was much better. Got a rat. They do like a weird groan now. Classic. Classic. So this is an improvement. In the original game, this was impossible to see. The only thing you had was this small hint of the bananas. You would never saw this bonus before. They deliberately hid it from you. So that's actually an improvement. They made it at all reasonable to find on your own. That sound effect is so fucking stupid, I'm really tempted to add it as a sound chat. If I can, anyway. I don't know how easy it is to do that. Like, get one that's actually clean. That Diddy death sound effect is pretty fucking stupid. The Donkey Kong one, I think, is also pretty bad. It might be. A lot of things aren't, though, in my experience. Go back. We still got stuff to get. I actually think we might have missed a bonus here too, but we'll get the warp first. Yeah, you get achievements for getting the warps. Exactly, Snyder. Exactly. Okay. Let's take a look. Oh, no, I did get them all. Okay. Monkey's fishing again. Oh. Do I want to do this now? I don't think I do. I think I'd rather do the mini... If I'm doing the mini games at all, I'd rather do them all in one go, to be honest, so I keep, like, the muscle memory and shit. Only DKC3 figures. Oh, okay, so just from DK64. Okay. Well, this is really different. Way more vibrant. Jesus Christ. Weird wheezing sound when you kill these guys. Very, very odd. Yeah, they made that way easier to do because, again, you could not change direction originally. I guess reaching that warp is a little bit annoying in this. Those guys are way more animated, Jesus. Okay. We'll get the warp first since it's nearby. We'll try to get the warp. What the fuck? Maybe we can't do it that way? Is it just to do it a different way now? Well, I guess we're not getting that right now. What? Okay, that's the choice. Doing spelling. Yeah, but it's not the same level of fidelity. It might not be as funny, but noted. It's almost a guarantee. Well, I guess not even a guarantee. It's a fact that if I try to roll through these, yeah, you just get hit. In the original game, there's a glitch where you can just roll through these dudes and you never take damage. Fuck. Okay, I guess we're at the beginning again, so we'll try to get that. Try to get that tire over. Where to you? Okay, it was just really fucking hard to get over. It's a lot easier to do that in SNES. There's like a warp around here. I almost never use it because it takes too long to fucking set up. There is this trick I think you can do in the Super Nintendo to get there without the tire, but they made it kind of annoying. They're really not letting me find this, huh? Did they change the location of the warp? I swear you. They might have changed the location of the warp. I'm gonna look it up on my fancy Nintendo Player's Guide that I put on my iPad. Let's find out where they put it. Just gotta get to the section first. Almost there, chat. Okay. The warp's there. Or is it? Wait, hold on. What the fuck? That's... They did change it. They changed the location of the warp completely. Why did they do that? Actually, I'm not even sure if I can get it right now. Yeah, it's just over there now. That is so weird. Why did they do that? I guess it's easier is why? That's strange. But that's why I have this guide up, because, like, fuck figuring that out yourself. So you get Chivos for finding all the warps. That wheezing is so weird. And what's that, Uno Squid? Oh, I missed the letters, so it's not gonna fucking count. Better redo the level. We gotta get all the Kong letters, and one of them's actually in this bonus. The Kong letters, especially in this first game, is kind of annoying. They're kind of annoying to get. Oh, that. Yeah. Understandable. So we already got that bonus. We don't need to worry about that. I don't think there was any letters in that. Oh, there's a bonus in that, though. I fucked that up. Fuck. This is the plight of 101% chat. But I'll just get the letters, or whatever. Try to get the letters. Hey, Toad. They fixed the camera here. The camera really didn't know what to do in the original game when you went up there. It kind of had a weird sort of, like, delay on it. I mean, they sure just made this hellfucker just annoying. Just like he is in the original. Well, I'm extremely dead. It looks like it counted my letters, though. I just didn't get the one bonus. Which I don't... Is it... I think I might be past it now. We'll see. Yeah, I think we're past that section, so I would have to finish the level to do the bonus. Why didn't that coconut hit me? What? That's weird. The way those coconuts are animated in their hitbox is strange. Fuck that dude. That dude's still just the worst. In the Super Nintendo, he'll do stuff like that too, where he'll just fucking hit you. Even though, like, there's no way to really avoid it unless you just dead stop. So yeah, since we're trying to get Chivos and get the things in the game, I'm going back in to try and get that one bonus. Because I failed. Yeah, so I have to... Fuck. Man, they do not make that easy. Maybe I should try Donkey Kong for that. Maybe Diddy's not the play on this version. Because they did change the physics, like, completely in this remake, so... A lot of things that work on Super Nintendo just straight up will not work on this version. You know, I really wish that guy was not there. Okay, so I despawned him. There we go. That is still very tight. Alright, we got it. Got all the bonuses in this second world. Monkey Mines. We should just be good to exit the level. Should work the same way as it does in the Super Nintendo, but we'll double check. Yep. Yeah, Rare did it. They had none of the assets of the original game. So they did everything, did a complete remake. They changed that, but it still sort of worked. They added, like, a large delay of iframes to Neki that did not exist on the Super Nintendo. In the original, you were able to hit him as soon as he shot out the coconut. But now there's, like, this big delay on it for some reason. Otherwise, the same boss. Alright, Vine Valley. Game starts getting a lot harder. Now, I do have to wonder if they changed the warp in Vine Valley. They probably did, because the original warp is very fucking esoteric. But we'll see. Well, regardless, I fucked up a bonus at the very beginning, so I guess I'll have to redo this level at least once. Probably more like a few times to get the warp as well. They definitely changed this music a fair bit. Probably for the worse. These fellas, the claptraps, have way less iframes when you hit them, which actually makes this bonus a lot easier to complete. Oh, I do, Toad. We were talking about all this earlier. I did some pretty in-depth coverage of various things. And I looked at game reviews and magazine stuff. Yeah, no worries, just that, yeah, we did go over a lot of it. That was like the first like 40 minutes of the stream. We actually have not been playing this game for super long. So I'm probably dead now because that doesn't... Yeah, so I have to just do that to get over. Because they changed physics again. All the barrel stuff is really rough on this remake. In a way, they made this easier, but also slower at the same time. I missed the first letter, so I guess I fucked that up. So I actually have to get that bonus to get all the letters. That's a little annoying. I don't think it's retroactive. I think they make you get all of them in the, on the one attempt. Welp. I don't know how the fuck that happened, chat. I'm gonna be real. I don't know how I got hit, but okay. Learning that in World of Warcraft, are you? It's pretty cool. One of the problems with this level is, they don't have a good checkpoint. They put the checkpoint near the very fucking beginning of the stage because they're jerks. So they actually just make you do over most of the stage, which is unfortunate. I wish I did not die there. But either way, I guess we can ignore this part because we don't need to do it again. God damn it. Yeah, probably the most annoying thing about this remake is going to be the barrels. That's kind of been my conclusion. Is that they completely changed the barrels. Like, everything about the way that the barrels work is wrong. I don't know what they did. I know they've changed the timing completely, but they also, like, seem to have fucked up the momentum and stuff. They also fucked up the movement, mind you, but, like... Really? They fucked up the movement as well for, like, the whole physics of the game, but, like... The barrel thing is more egregious because barrel stuff gets you killed instantly if you fuck it up. Really? Okay. Got hit by that again. It seems like that this game does give you more momentum when you shoot out of the barrels, as long as you're holding down the run button. Fuck. Brutal. If I can just finish this once, then this becomes a lot easier because I can just quick exit once I get what I need. Oh my god. Yeah, the timing on those coconuts is totally different. They're now, like, really slow to travel for some reason. They are indeed pretty interesting versions. Yeah, those coconuts are all different. Okay, this time we have 2 Kongs, so unless we just fucking fall to our death, we actually have a chance to get this. There we go. Yeah, we'll go back in there and get the shit we didn't get. Okay, they changed the warp. I figured they would. I kind of predicted that because the original warp is quite strange. So the main thing we have to do is get the bonuses we didn't get and get the Kong letters. And I think we basically have to get all the bonuses anyway because one of the Kong letters is in one anyhow, so... I had to get all the Kong letters for the Retro Achievements Mastery of the Super Nintendo version recently, so I kind of know the deal with that already. Yeah, I think this is the only one we don't have to get. Yeah, because there's no reward for this, so let's just exit that. so now that it's recorded that we got all that, the rest should be pretty straightforward. Yeah, there's definitely, you have to hold the run button to get more reach on your barrel ejection, which is true to the original, but it also was not, like, required in the original game. It's a little interesting that they make you do it in this, and probably don't explain that. Right, so we have to get this or we won't get the letters. Fuck you. What a dickhead. Hey. Get in there. No pressure. It's actually pretty easy, you just can't do what you do in the original. Although if I die again, it's gonna get real tedious real fast. Okay, we got it. Honestly, that's one of the worst levels to try and 100%, so... Other than, I guess, missing the warp, which we're gonna have to look up, I think, we should be good. I don't know how to spell. It's definitely not that I don't want to do the stupid bonus, it's that I don't know how to spell. Wow, these barrels sure move fucking fast. What the fuck? Yeah, the barrels are the weirdest shit, chat. The weirdest shit in this. Wait, did they change the warp for this too? Because I don't see it anymore. How the fuck would you even be able to get it? They must have changed that too. Why did they change around so many of the warps in this version? What a bunch of weirdos. Okay, let's see. Really? So for Vulture Culture, the level we just did before, they removed the warp. They say hidden warps, 0. Why? I'm going to assume they just didn't know about it because it's very fucking, like... It's very hidden in the original game, so I'm going to guess they just did not know it existed. So they didn't add it in. That's the trouble when you're doing a remake and you don't have all the meticulous documentation and data. And you're just going off of, like, what you know from the Super Nintendo release and not what the developers actually did. What the fuck? They also removed the warp in Treetop Town, like this stage, so it's gone. It's supposed to be up there, and they removed it. What a fucking weird-ass fucking decision. That is strange. Okay. Guess you're, on this version, you're forced to do the entire stage. They changed the location of that bonus. The bonus used to be between the two barrels. Honestly, that's an improvement. It used to be in a really stupid spot that was, like, almost impossible to know it was even there. So that's actually just sort of just better. I think if I get that, I have to do the fucking stage again, so fuck that. Trolley-ass animal crackers. I think that was everything in that stage. Yep. I should actually look at, see if they added a warp to Forest Frenzy. If there's anything I would add a warp to, it'd be Forest Frenzy. Nope. They seem to really be not keen on that. Interesting. So how's it going, chat? How you doing? I'm playing a weird-ass fucking remake of a game that I've played way too much of. That's what I'm doing. They made these Kremlins red for some reason. Good for them. Hello, Robo Neon. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about me, that's true. They sure changed everything about the ropes. Some of it's like a little better, some of it's just worse. There's like a weird momentum now to like the movement on the ropes when you're moving up and down on them. I can appreciate their efforts to try and remix this track. This isn't bad for like the severe problems that GBA's audio has. This is like actually all right. They also seem to have made this like slower. This used to go faster. They slowed it down. Too hard, I guess. Oh, and they also made it possible for you to see that there's a bonus there. That's nice. Uh-oh. Well, I needed the achievement anyway, but, like, now we're gonna have to redo a whole part of this level, because they made the game wrong and didn't fix it in the remake. Oh, well. They also gave you more height to see up here. That's something they did in this remake a lot, is like they gave you more visibility in general. Got a photo. So I guess they do hide some animal, like some photos in these stages. That's interesting. It's not a port, Robo Neon. This is a remake. It's distinctly a remake. There are drastic changes to this. They're actually even marketed as such. We went over all that at the beginning of the stream. But yeah. That's like one of the common misconceptions about these versions of the game, is that they're ports. They did not have any of the original code or assets. Such was the time of game development, where they often readily just dumped or didn't really try to preserve what they originally had. So even though this was only 9 years after the original Super Nintendo release, they just didn't have anything left. That's it's a bit of an odd case, because it's not really a demake, because it's still like, it's a weird one. It has some stuff that's very similar, but it still has its own original shit as well. It's kind of just its own version of a game. Like, it's just a separate game. Wow, they made that really awful in this. I guess the only real answer to doing this is just killing everything in this version. So I guess I just fucked myself, and now I'm gonna have to redo that. I guess I'll just fucking redo the whole fucking stage. That's annoying. Always been a bit of a dickhead bonus location. But yeah, they kind of made that just more annoying. Okay. Some other things that are sort of neat, like they added those little like ferns in the foreground. That's kind of nice. They don't look bad. Okay, so we learned our lesson. Clear the entire path. Otherwise, they make this borderline impossible, if not outright impossible. There we go. Wouldn't put it past them to put a photo hidden in there or something. But not that time. Okay. This is neat. I think, like, for the world map, this, like, addition of, like, the cool Kremlin statues is kind of a nice touch. I think that's kind of just cooler and more distinct. Good stuff. Good use of that steel barrel. I wonder if they fixed this level. They probably didn't. At least there's not a deranged fucking achievement in this set that makes it, like, agonizing. They have an achievement in the Super Nintendo version of this chat that makes it so you have to, get all 5 of the bonuses on this fucking stage in one, like, attempt. And that took me a bit of time because you have to do some bizarre fucking shit, like just esoteric BS. I'm gonna look at the guide for this to make sure they didn't change it. They probably did. So I'm gonna look, see what they did. Because otherwise I'm not gonna know. Well, it looks like they kept it pretty much the same. Okay. I have no idea. I wouldn't know about insider developer knowledge like that, to that extent anyway. Really? They did not make that easy. Well, I guess we'll get that next time. Probably gonna need espresso for a couple things actually, to at least probably in this version anyway. They likely make it impossible otherwise. Like, there's shit over here, but I don't think it's possible to get it on this version without espresso. The fuck? God damn it. Well, we'll have to do this more than once anyway. That kind of fucked me over, because now I can't get the letter. At least I don't... Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get that. Fucking annoying. Did you know that I don't like 101%ing this game in general? I was kind of hoping that the remake would actually fix that. A little bit. In some ways, they did. There were a few things they improved. A whole lot that they just left the same, though, unfortunately. I would have definitely, I would have definitely done more to fix this game in that aspect. I'm probably not going to be able to do this because these guys are still here and I can get rid of them. I could just wait. But this is like the most annoying, one of the most annoying levels to get everything in. Because they make you do some absolutely unhinged stuff. Okay. Now, I'm sure I don't need to do this, and if I fail it or I just lose patience, then I don't care. So I don't think there's any achievements for anything like this, so... But hey, it got me Winky's bonus room. That's cool. I didn't get that yet. So that's another Chivo. God, that fucking Winky is so good. I have an emote of that on 7TV or something, and on my Discord. Winky sure is just the worst. I actually think they made him control even worse in the remake than they did in the original. Somehow they managed to pull through and just make that an even worse experience. Good job. Everyone should get a prize. Fuck. Well, I guess I'm not gonna get that, probably. Oh, maybe. Maybe just enough time. Just barely, jeez. Okay. As expected, this is taking more time, especially since I'm trying to get all the stuffs outside of the cameras, which I'm not super keen on trying to all get all on stream, especially since I would have to reference like a guide or whatever a little too often. God damn it, I keep missing getting Espresso killed because that particular section makes it a lot harder to keep him alive. Oh well. At least once we're through this level in particular, this becomes substantially less of a pain in the ass for the rest of the game for getting all the shit. Like, this is one of the absolute fucking worst levels for trying to get all the stuff. Really? Okay. Alright, so this time... There we go. changed that. Cool. There's our letter. So we don't have to do that shit again. Good stuff. Yeah, so we're still missing one thing. I think it's that stupid thing you need espresso for. Fucking absolutely absurd fucking level. But it'll be easier this time, hopefully, because I can ignore everything else now. I've eliminated the other annoyances. So all I have to do is just the one thing. Yeah, this has been an interesting thing to revisit, especially with a more of a deep analysis and looking a little more in-depth into it. Okay, I guess they might have fixed Espresso's bug that was in Super Nintendo. That's good. So I probably don't have to be as concerned about the clap traps as I normally would. Yeah, looks like they fixed that. Good for them. Alright, now we got everything for this stupid level. I'm finally free. Just double check. Yay! The suffering is over. Now new suffering begin. Nah, it'll be okay. Oh man, the swimming is way fucking faster in this version. Wow. I sometimes do not give that enough credit, Jesus. Weird popping sounds for these clams. Really? That's a weird fucking sound. Wow, you were moving like Mach speed, dude. Jeez. Okay. The thing I like about the underwater stages in this game is there's no bonuses in them. So you don't have to worry about that. You just get letters if you're trying to do like achievement stuff or whatever, and you just move on. I can appreciate that. Oh boy. Since the ropes work totally different in this, that's going to be an interesting experience to try and get that without dying. Okay, there we go. At least I got it the second go. Oh yeah, that doesn't work. Fuck off. Because they made the physics bad in this in many ways, so like the chain hits don't work like they do in the original game. So if you try to do like roll boosts and stuff, they just won't work. Like so. Very interesting oversights on their part. Alright, so for this, it looks like I have to, trick him, yeah, to get that. Oh, that's funny. He's still moving. Normally, he would have despawned or something if it was Super Nintendo. Alright, so we got all the bonuses. That's good. That's all done. We gotta get the letters, though. And I think one of the letters might be in that first bonus. Or was it? No, it's not. It's nice that you can actually check to see your letters at any time when you pause. I missed the letter N. Where? Where the fuck did I miss the letter N? What? So we're not quite done yet. The Kong letters are definitely an extra layer of grinding my gears in this game, because they put some of the Kong letters in some really mean spots. And it's hard to remember all the locations, even though I did do it recently. Let's see. I hope you're enjoying the stream chat. It's a bit of an experimental thing I'm doing, but I hope it's amusing and interesting. Okay. So we have... Other than getting espresso here on that first bonus, your chats haven't been going through? You'd think that it would have told you that. But welcome in, Soryu. I noticed you redeemed earlier the Fuma mode, which has since remained in power since. So, like, where's the N? I might have just been blind and missed it. The way that they have this guide laid out is kind of garbage, to be quite honest. It's not very good. Like, I don't even know where they put the letters at. Like, their labeling of this is bad. Okay, it's there. Okay. So you have to jump on that thing. Right. Alright, I could see how I missed that. Yeah, I already got the camera, so we're good on that end. Apparently there's a camera in the fucking Bumblebee Rumble boss fight. Really? That's not something you would ever figure out. That's cool. Oh, here we go again. Man, that is awful. They made that so bad in the remake. Like, the timing of that is very precise in a way that it was not ever like in the original. Okay, there we go. Yeah, sorry you've been typing stuff and it's not been seen. Twitch chat has been very buggy for me, for the record, but I always know when it's fucking up. Like, even for just opening up the widget in OBS, it's been, like, stupid and rude. Like, I've had it just be a white box multiple times. And I have to, like, just reload the widget for no reason. It's not here, is it? I thought it was supposed to be here. Am I supposed to, like, ground pound this? Get rid of that. Go away. No, it must be later in the level. I hope. Okay, it's here. Okay, so it's you can barely see that in this version. That's kind of fucked up, honestly. So that's another thing they changed with Espresso on the stage. For whatever reason, those Kremlings, they jump low. So you can't actually just run past them anymore. So I don't know what they expect you to do. Just like, what, try to jump and fly over them? It's not really easy to do. So they kind of fucked that up too. So apparently, like, here, yeah, where the barrel is, there's a fucking camera, which is insane. How would you ever figure that out? Okay, they completely changed this boss fight. I forgot about that. This isn't even the same boss anymore. Interesting. I guess this was their attempt at, like, trying to, I'm not really sure what they were trying to do, other than, like, make it like the Donkey Kong Country 2 fight for some reason. Because they're, like, related or whatever. This is, like, the king, and the other one's the queen, I think. Or maybe it's the queen first. I forget. It's one or the other. They're both like king and queen. I think the king's the last one actually. Yeah. So this is like the queen. Because I think the second game it's King Zing Sting. The barrels, like, seem to spawn in weird locations for this, too. They used to spawn in both sides consistently, but they don't do that anymore. Weird. We're still going, huh? Okay. This is awfully protracted. This is just kind of annoying, to be honest. Thank you for dying. Yeah, that took a long time. We were on Vine Valley for like at least a half hour. That was way longer because they changed a ton of stuff in that world. So like I just ended up taking way longer getting the stuffs. So it's winter now. Which means winter outfit. Let me see. Where's that? It over with the hood. Get that going. And... where the fuck's the hood? I'm supposed to have a hood toggle and I can't fucking find it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Gosh, it was so hard. I'm a Digimon protagonist? I see. That's how you view goggles, huh? There's just a lot of degrees of autism I have where I'm like noticing micro changes to things, like they changed the location, the starting location of this first zinger you see in this stage. Just things like that that I see. I recently did this level a metric fuck ton because it was I was having to do an insanely ridiculous achievement that wasn't working correctly on the original game. So I actually have done this stage recently, like, probably, like, fucking 30 times. I think there's a letter in there I need to get, so I have to go back in. At least in this version, they let you do that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, the colors are all fucked up. Without question. That's just one of the things that goes without saying. In some ways, it's more obvious than other versions. Some levels are more fucked up, I guess, is what I'm saying. Jesus. I don't think there's anything important over there, so it's whatever. Now, I wonder if this works the same way. Nope. I didn't think it would. You can still do that, though. And that's all the letters, so we got that out of the way. So in the original game, just as a general fun fact, there's a blue balloon that shows up here, and I think it still shows up in this version too, probably. You just have to do it a certain way. But on the Super Nintendo version, this blue balloon would not fucking show up, no matter how many times I fucking tried it. It took like probably 30, 40 fucking tries before it actually showed up and I could grab it. I don't know what was up with it. So I ended up doing this level a shitload off stream to get the mastery, because that fucking achievement would not fucking... Like, the balloon would not show up in the game, so I couldn't get the achievement. Like, you have to go fast, but, like, it just wouldn't show, and I was going fast. It was very strange. Okay, so that's all the shit for this level. There's probably a camera. I'm gonna look. They might have put the camera in the blue balloon for this. Let's see. No cameras in this stage. Good. So I can just be free of this stage and never return. I'm gonna just check out of posterity though. Did they add the blue balloon? Or did they get rid of it in this version? Okay, they still have it. They still have the blue balloon in this, but you don't need to get it. And there's no achievement in this set, thank goodness. Apparently, man, this is weird, chat. For the next stage, they removed the warp as well. They've removed a bunch of warps in this game. They added a bunch in the first stage for some reason, and then they took away a shitload of warps from subsequent stages. My only assumption being that they just didn't know they existed. So, like, there's supposed to be a warp here that you would reach with Donkey Kong, and it's gone now. I can only assume they just didn't notice it because it's pretty well hidden. You can see it, but you have to have a good eye. Truly bizarre. There's a lot of stuff that I never really fully investigated, and it's pretty fun, at least for someone like me, to go through this and kind of just analyze it and, like, kind of sort of document the changes and, like, the differences between these versions. Can you spell Nintendo? I don't know if I care to, but I will anyway. Blinking is... There's something off about the way this looks, but whatever. The game volume's been good, right? I assume it's not too loud. It shouldn't be. I kind of figure having this game slightly lower is probably for the best because it gets pretty fucking high-pitched and loud. So it's probably better for everyone's ears. Perfectly fine. Good to hear. Damn it. Well, we got this again. At least it should boot us at the checkpoint so we don't really lose progress. Yeah, On Guard's, I'm pretty sure, a fair bit faster in this version, but he's definitely in some ways harder to control. It's a bit of a weird situation he's in. Okay, that's our photo. So I guess they give you a photo for each of those secrets you find, so it's just another easy sort of one to do. Yeah, I don't know. This is a very odd version screensaver. There's been all sorts of weirdness. Not all that I've pointed out because it's a little hard to explain some of it, but there's just a lot of things that are out of place in this version. So stupid. But yeah, I do need to get the espresso one because I never got that. So that would be like another thing I would get an animal cracker from, and I need to start getting those. They're farmable though. There's like some good farm spots for that. But I need to get the thing because otherwise I won't get the photo. Oh, I missed the letter N. Fuck. Where the fuck did they put that? It's hard to remember where everything is. Too much shit to keep in my brain. I want to look it up. Okay. That's that. Oh, okay. That spot. Yeah. All right. At least they're not hidden in bonuses. It's always the worst when they do that. Okay, there's no letter up there, yeah. Damn. Good thing this is here. Same shit happened again. Okay, so for this one, I don't need to go up there anymore. Oh, I think I missed it because the bonus, yeah, the bonus fucked it up. That's why. Because the bonus didn't put me here, so I wasn't able to even go this direction. That's why that happened. That's again, kind of why, like, 100% this game is kind of shit. They made it wrong, like, and the remake didn't do a whole lot to actually fix that, which is a bit disappointing because I was kind of hoping they would, but they didn't. Okay, we got the letters. Okay, this one's a bit of a pain in the ass, to be honest. But at least it's actually, you move mega fucking fast underwater now. Like, I'm actually a little shocked. I didn't remember how freaking fast you moved, at least like vertically. You move about the same speed going down, but going up, it's like you can hit off like a rocket. Crazy. But there's like a lot of hidden stuff in this. I don't think the achievement set cares about most of it, but they probably put photos there or something. I might just have to look at the map and do this level a couple times or so. Because while we're not worrying too much about the photos, for certain stages, it's nice to be able to just, like, get the shit. Okay. So yeah, that's one of the things that they hid. Because some of these levels are a bit on the longer side. So it's nice if you can just get it out of the way. And holy shit, Jesus Christ, that is so fast. That is nuts. You'd think they would have done that for going down, but they don't. It's so weird. Like, everything else seems about the same in terms of swim speed, except for just going up. Going up is just insane. Like, going down, moving left and right, it all feels about identical. I think we already got this. So I don't think there's any reason to get the Winky tokens anymore, other than getting them on accident and the game punishing us for doing that. We certainly don't need the lives, I'll say that much. Yeah, I don't care about the animal cracker. We don't need the multiplier. We already got it. So lives cap at 99. They probably don't overcap like the original game, though. Pretty high odds I will die at some point because this version is weird. Already off to a good start on that. Did I miss another thing? I think I missed another thing. I saw that gap there, and I don't think I'll be able to go back and get that. That might have been a photo or something. Oh, whatever. I kind of figured I'd have to just do this stage at 2 or 3 times anyway. I'll reference the guide. Okay, we got the letter. Constant humping. Non-stop humping action. Got their letters. I like how he just vanished. He just snapped out of existence. Good stuff. Okay. There is a hidden camera. And it's probably exactly where I feared it was, and that's that spot that I don't have memorized because I never have reason to go that way. Yep, it's exactly where I thought. So we'll have to redo the stage a little bit, but may as well just do it now. May as well just do it now. We got everything else, so we can just ignore the rest of it. I just have to, try and remember where this spot is. I think the trick is that you have to backtrack and squeeze through a little section. I don't know why that was there. That placement's weird. That was never there in the original. But yeah, honestly, as far as, like, portable remake versions of a Super Nintendo game goes, you can do a lot worse than this, and they have done a lot worse than this. There's definitely some stuff about this where I'm like, why the fuck did you do that? What's wrong with you? But there's also stuff where I'm like, oh, that's fine, or like, you know, that's an improvement. Like, this is kind of mixed. Like, there's some stuff that's objectively just better about this version, and then there's other stuff that's just completely fucked and wrong that is so fucked and wrong that I wouldn't ever recommend anybody to play these versions for, like, a first playthrough or something, you know? Like, I wouldn't ever recommend these over just play the Super Nintendo version. Okay, wrong way for that. So I think the trick here... Yeah, so I think what you have to do is just... Yeah, you just go back. And then you don't die here. If you can. Jesus. What the fuck is this pattern? Okay, we got what we needed. I don't care if I die. It should count. I don't think they require you to finish the level. Or can I look at my camera totals? Where do they put that number at? Scrapbook? I guess it would be here. They don't really give you real numbers here. That's stupid. So they don't seem to properly track your cameras, but that's just what the scrapbook is. The scrapbook just gives you the low quality versions of the renders. So that's what this whole collectible thing is. So you would see these in, like, promotional ads and shit. Or just, like, in the original Super Nintendo game. See these on posters, magazines. Fascinating. You get, like, small portions of some of them. Okay, so next up, Ice Age Valley, huh? We have a hidden camera in this one. And where might that be? That's an interesting spot for that. That seems to be an original addition. I would have never found that on my own. That's insane. Why did they do that? You'll know what I mean, chat. So it's after that. I'll try and remember the location if I can. That's nuts. So it's... Yeah, I'll try to remember where that is. That's a really weird spot. Also, just to make sure, like, obviously nobody has to feel obligated to chat or anything, but in case, you know, sorry if you're still watching or here or whatever, your messages aren't coming through. They're not coming through. So if you've been saying anything else since, it's not been coming through. Just so you know. I didn't get espresso back. Hey, Pylord. Well, I mean, lurking is perfectly fine. Most people lurk when they watch a stream. Chat's been a little quiet and a little slow today, but that's okay. That's okay. Chat was pretty active before the game started. Yeah, due to how kind of awkward this level structure is, typically it's quite hard to get everything in one attempt. Oh, they actually show it to you. Okay, it's not as hidden as I thought. They actually show it on the camera. Okay. That's more medicated than I was expecting. You don't need a guide for that. Missed the letter N. I think the letter N is located in a bonus you can only reach with espresso. But yeah, we got like a good batch of that stuff. It's funny though, right? Because the achievement total isn't really going up a whole lot. And part of the reason why the achievement total isn't going up a whole lot is because a lot of the achievement set for this is tied to the time trial mode. And it's tied to, honestly, mostly just the time trial mode. Like, at least half of the achievements are that. So that's mainly why, like, the total is not really going up that much, despite the fact we're actually getting a lot of the shit in the game. Okay, they changed the way he worked there. That's insane. So this should be the thing we missed. Unfortunately, I guess I overlooked that, and that's my fault, but it means we don't get the letters. Because I didn't get the O. That's unfortunate. So we got the bonus, but we still have to go back up there anyway. That's a bit of a bummer. Is it too late? It's not too late. Okay, that's good. But then we don't have espresso anymore, so they kind of fucked us over regardless. That's actually quite frustrating. Again, did you know that 100%ing this game kind of sucks? Did you know that it isn't that good to do that? It's actually kind of the worst way to play this. Oh, for fuck's sake. And I think the problem is that it will always remember that I'm at this checkpoint. I don't even know if this version will even overwrite my checkpoint if I just do another level. It might, but I don't know for a fact if it will. Well, in this, it's 101%. And then in the second game, it's 102%, I think. And then in, like, 3, it's something like 105 or something because they're trying to be cute. I don't fucking know. But they changed the actual total real completion percentage. With each subsequent game. Okay, now this time, we're gonna try and get all the letters. Nothing else matters. We just want letters. It's unfortunate that a number of stages make us do it this way. It feels like technically you could get away with not, but easier said than done. Now, I hope I didn't miss the letter O in like a bonus or something. Did I overlook something else again, or am I just flying around too fast? Nope. Let me just look at the fucking map so I know. Playing this normally is ill-advised. So there's your stupid letter. Where's your stupid letter O? Why is the fidelity on this fucking guide so fucking bad? It's not even the scan. The scan's good. It's just the guide looks like shit. They really half-assed this one. Okay. Well, where's the fucking O? You're not showing it on the guide. Where the fuck did you put it? I think this guide skipped the location of the letter O. I don't even fucking see it. Oh wait, there it is. Their formatting's terrible. Never mind. Okay, it's down there. That's why I missed it. Gotcha. It's just before the checkpoint barrel. I got it the first time, then forgot its location because this game requires you to remember too much shit at once. Yeah, so right here. Lucky I got him back. Most demanding part of this is that you have to keep the fucking ostrich. If you don't, you can't get the fucking letter. So we think we're good. We're on the home stretch here. We don't need espresso anymore. Okay, thank goodness we got it. All right. Fuck that level. This level is perfectly fine if you're not trying to get everything. Jeez, what a pain in the ass. All right, well, we're through it. Oh, wow, they made this really blue. They give you one life. Otherwise, for this version of the game, they're required for completion. And they're also, in the achievement set for this, they give you achievements for them. For getting all the letters. So you get like a handful of achievements in the set for doing it. And yeah, otherwise, it is actually required for the 101% in this version. Which was not true in the original game. Can you, like... There we go. Because we are trying to do some achievement hunting. I have my limits, I believe, on this version, especially on stream. But so far, this is within reason. And I think it's interesting to show chat at least once on stream what 101% looks like for this game. And what better way to do it than a weird fucking version of the video game, right? Here we go. I might have missed a bonus. I'm not sure. I know there's one here, but I'll have to check after. Alright, so we got... best audio right there. Good on the ears. Wouldn't surprise me if they hit a photo somewhere too in a dickhead spot. But we did otherwise 100% the stage. But they probably jammed a photo in a stupid location. Oh, I finally finished the cold brew. Gotta drink some water. So this one's funny. So they just give you squawks right away, but what's hilarious is the obvious, right? It's so fucking... Everything is so visible anyway. Fuck. Everything is so visible anyway. You don't need them. Theoretically, maybe on a GBA original screen. Maybe. There's like a sick, twisted part of me, chat, that has been thinking about getting a, like, Game Boy Advance, like, cart. That, you know, you load up, like, games on a microSD for original hardware. Because I do have a working Game Boy Advance original and a Game Boy Advance SP. I even replaced the battery on the SP, like, a few months ago. But there's a part of me that's tempted. Because I think that might be interesting just from my own perspective. But it's money, so, like... It's not something that anyone in stream-wise would benefit. Just be a thing for me where I'm like... What was it really like? Because it's been so long. And I basically don't have any games left. So I have no way to even, like, check that out. But I am kind of curious what that would be like today. Then the physics do not work well. They really did change them a lot. That I keep doing something that works in the Super Nintendo and does not work here. Maybe Diddy could do it on this, but I doubt it. They're almost identical to each other in this remake. Okay. Well, did my best. So we got all the bonus rooms. Got all the letters. So we got all the shit, other than this fucker. There we go. Not bad. Okay, okay. So we're still on track for 100%. Excluding the other insane shit they added. Of course. But normal, original 100%, we're on track. Wow, they sure changed this boss. This isn't even the same boss anymore. What? Okay. I guess that's a way to do it. I mean, in some ways, this is an improvement from the original. It's slower, I think. But in some ways, this is an improvement. Because, like, the boss before was a lot lazier. This had at least an idea. This level's one of the trickier ones because it has a million fucking bonuses. So this one can be... What the fuck? Okay, they changed how that worked. For some fucking reason. Okay. I guess they want me to throw it now. Fucking weirdos. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't seem... God damn it. This version does not overcap your lives, which is also stupid. They should just let you do that. I don't know why. They wouldn't. Okay, so it's... it seems they made that identical to the original for whatever reason. They're masochists, I guess. Yeah, they made it the fucking same. Okay. Guess we're gonna have to go back for that. Annoying. Whatever. It's honestly for the best that I die. Because, it saves me some time. Because I have to redo this anyway. Yeah, this is like a bonus within a bonus. They're being cute. It's one of the well-hidden secrets. Alright, so we got that part done. Won't have to worry about that anymore. This letter might be really annoying to do, though. Oh yeah, no, the lives is such a dire situation, truly. Okay, we got that. What the fuck? Okay. Really? Okay, well, the barrel's here. Fuck you. Nice camera. What the fuck? They changed that. They made the camera drunk there for some reason. Some areas they made the camera better. Other areas they made it, like, worse. Interesting decisions all around. Whatever. I don't think there's any achievement for bringing Rambi to the end of this in this version, so I don't need to worry about that. It's easier without him. And we got all the bonuses, and I guess the only problem is we might have been fucked over on the letters. I don't think we got all the letters, did we? Yeah, that grinds my gears. Because there's that bonus, right? Man, what a pain in the ass fucking... What a fucking annoyance. The letter stuff is, like, genuinely goddamn annoying. Because, yeah, I think the letter G is at the end of the fucking stage. Honestly, I should just kill myself. There's no reason to waste time. I don't think you need Rambi to get that bonus, but, like... Why the f... That is rude. That is rude that that can even happen. Okay. Can I get the barrel back? Thank you. Yeah, it's a lot of... You need a lot of patience to 100% this fucking game. Thankfully, I have the patience. I will grouse, but I have the patience. But seriously, fuck them for putting letters inside bonuses. I think they stopped doing that. I think they stopped doing that in the sequels. I think it's only this version they did that. Like, just the first Donkey Kong Country in general. Because all the letter stuff is the same as it is in the original game. Unfortunately, for a completionist stuff, they didn't do a whole lot to make it better. A few improvements, but, like, a lot of it's just the same, unfortunately. Alright, we're done that awful business. Many choices were made. Interesting and bad. Since winter's over anyway, I thought I'd go back to the normal outfit. That was the gimmick, you see. What is this awful fucking humming? Isn't there a secret there? Did they fucking change that too? Maybe I was thinking of the wrong spot. Oh, I'm thinking of the wrong level. It's just a different level. It's not the same one. They have this, like, fucking hissing. This awful hissing in the background. Oh, that's supposed to be the track. Why did they do that? An unnecessary sound they added that bothers my ears. Awesome. Very cool. Thank you, Rare. Hello, Rachel. Yeah, we're pretty deep into this. I gave a bunch of historic lowdown on this, read some reviews, showed some of the coverage, a little bit of the marketing. I've gone over a lot of the changes. Still finding some new ones, though, every now and then. Yeah, these are weird remakes. I'm honestly probably the weirdest one is probably going to be this first one. Although that is up for debate. They did some wild stuff with 2. Mostly one thing comes to mind, and then they did a lot more in 3. 3 is by far the most extensive of the remakes. Which kind of makes sense, because 3 has the most problems. I don't know why I'm completing this bonus. You don't actually have to. Although it wouldn't surprise me if they hit some, like, scrapbook camera photo things. Okay. For 3 they did, yeah. They had, David Wise do the soundtrack for 3. And, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't really think it's that good. My general opinion on David Wise's, output is that he made 2 amazing soundtracks, and then, there's the rest of his career. That's kind of where I honestly clock in at with that. Which isn't like which isn't that unusual for creatives. Like, you know, you've got, you know, the whole common thing of, like, a writer writes one book, and it's in a super famous book, and that's it, just the one book. You know? It feels like getting that letter is, like, impossible without taking damage in this version. That's interesting. They changed that too, okay. Weird. I did not like Tropical Freeze. That's new. What the fuck is wrong with you, Rare? You're fucking sick and twisted. I think I got all the letters, though, so I think that counts, so I don't have to worry about the letters anymore. Yeah, Tropical Freeze and Returns are games that, games I did not like. Really? Yep, that's correct, Rachel. They essentially did a lot of their own work. Like, the animations are, like, a lot of them are completely new and original. And, also, like, higher frame rate. It's kind of a weird combination. There's a lot of visual changes, like those nuts, for example, look completely different. All of the sprites have had some degree of changes made to them. Why is the game doing that? What a weird ass fuck. I'm not even gonna go up there anymore. I'm just not even gonna go up there because the game clearly does not handle that correctly. So let's just not even bother. But yeah, they did a lot of strange stuff to the visuals. Some of it's just like overcompensation, blow out the contrast and brightness Game Boy stuff, you know, that was typical. Which honestly made little sense since the GBA SP had already been out at this point, but alas. But yeah, they made a lot of weird micro changes. Some of the animations are better and totally different. Others are just much higher frame rate. A lot of minor changes to the sprites. They recolored a lot of enemies at random. I guess the general idea was to just give more variety. Like this dude's a different color for some reason. Color I've never seen any of the zingers ever have. Yeah, they didn't do that for this game. Or with any of them, I don't think. Oh wow, that thing didn't happen that time. What? Okay. Wow, he just dropped. That's funny. That's another funny difference. He just dropped like a fucking stone. So they added this. So here's a fun fact. See those bananas down there? Those were not there in the original game. There was absolutely no way for the player to know there was a bonus down there. So that is an improvement. They added a trail. They added any way for you to know there was something down there. Hi, Dubious. Gigaboost, thank you for the woo redeem. Woo. I hope you enjoyed your woo redeem. Poison Pond. Cool. This is a kind of long... Oh my god, they made this very green. This is a kind of long level. I'm gonna look at the guide to see where they added a photo, because they're gonna do that. Because they're sick and they're twisted. So where'd they add the photo? Yep, they have one. Where is it? Because there's no bonuses in underwater levels, so the only things I need to find are the letters and the photo. So where might you be? Yeah, this is highly unfortunate. They did a better job with the normal ones, but this is like pretty dire. The guide I'm using is also pretty dire, but I feel like it's appropriate to use the Nintendo Player's Guide for the GBA version, alongside trying to get all the stuff. The heck? Okay, here it is. Okay, so... I see. So it's up. That photo is actually near the beginning of the stage. It's in a bit of a clever, tricky spot. I see. Okay. Okay. This seems relatively straightforward. I think. Alright. Sorry about that. But yeah, I have to be referencing a guide for some of this nonsense. For some reason, On Guard doesn't turn as well as he does in the original. Oh yeah, that's always been there. In every version. I think it's even in the Game Boy Color version. I'm not certain, though. Okay, did I miss it already? Fuck. I think I have to go back. I think I might have missed it already. Unless I'm reading the map wrong. Sorry, I just gotta try and find this stupid thing in a long level. No, it doesn't look like I did. I guess it is a bit further up. Or the player's guide is just that stupid. I will say this, outside of a few tracks, the audio could be more mangled. Like, this isn't the worst that it can get with the, with, like, you know, trying to get the music up to a certain standard. As far as GBA goes. It's not good. I need to emphasize, it's not good. And some tracks are truly fucked up and dire. Like, some are just straight up terrible. There it is. But as far as this one goes, you could do... This is what I would describe as tolerable. Like, you could do a hell of a lot worse than this. I think the minecart music is probably the worst of it. At least of what we've heard. And I think we've heard the whole soundtrack at this point. Well, I guess we haven't, because there's K. Rool. Gangplank a Galleon is probably going to be a real banger. Yeah. I guess the credits theme, too. That goes without saying, though, since it's like, you know, the credits theme. They seem to give you more time on this version for this Ramby section. It is. I experienced the terrors of that yesterday when I was getting the mastery in Donkey Kong Country. Or it was 2 days ago? Might have been 2 days ago at this point. Time is difficult to keep track of. Oh, there goes On Guard. Oh, nope, no, he's back. Oh, what the fuck is he doing? A diagonal fucking pattern? At least I got him back. I think if I go that way, it's gonna make me lose the letter. I'm not certain, though. Is this safe? Probably not. Oh, it is. Maybe I could have taken the shortcut. I might still go back that way because, yeah. It's annoying because it's going to boot me back to the same area again. It's a major flaw of this game, but there is an achievement for getting the, multiplier for this, and I'm going to hopefully get it this time. There's also a photo as well tied to that. Like, I don't think you get an achievement for this specifically, but you get the photo, which is part of the other achievement thing. Like, I'm not too hung up about getting a mastery for this game, but I like getting chivos that are, like, doable, you know? I consider this doable. It's really easy to fuck this up. Okay, I got one of them. Can I please? Did they change how this worked? Well, maybe I got what I needed anyway. It might just be a total amount of collectibles and not the actual multiplier. So maybe it's fine. But I think they changed how that worked. Like, I think you need to start from the other side now. That's weird. Because that just seems to be wrong. So it kind of feels like they made the espresso one worse and they made the Rambi one easier. I sure do love doing this level multiple times. Okay. They removed the barrel. That's weird. Huh. I don't want to spell. You can be mad all you want, Diddy, but I don't want to play your games. It certainly did make those coconuts just go a lot slower. Is there just death down here? I forget. Yeah, it's just death. I'm sure some of you sickos are like, this version isn't good enough. I need to see you do the Game Boy Color version, or I'll never be happy. I have streamed it before. But it was like, at least 2 years ago, it seems. It's not that side. I think it's the next one. Damn it. Hey, Alt. Okay, so I already did that bonus, so at least I don't have to do that crap again. Okay. Yeah, here it is. Evil spot to put this, by the way. Evil spot to put that letter. That's all the letters, so we're free of that burden. I don't know if I got all the bonuses, I'm going to be real, because I know there's one more at the end. But, fun fact, this stage is the worst stage in the Game Boy Color version because they randomized the, randomized the pacing and location of these, elevators. Cool stuff. I bet they jammed a photo somewhere in this level. But otherwise, I 100%'d it. How are they gonna do this? Oh, they actually did. They committed to the bit. Alright. Actually a little surprised. I figured they would have done something to alter it. Fuck. Damn physics. I'm a little surprised. God damn it. Well, I guess I got this anyway. I'm a little surprised that they managed to get any amount of, like, fake bass into that track. Considering the Game Boy Advance has no sound chip or any, like, actual bass. There are ways to kind of fake it, right? There's, like, a little bit of it in some of the music. They made the blinking sound very quiet for some reason. I don't even think you would even hear that on, like, Game Boy Advance speakers. It's so quiet. There's, like, a bunch of sounds in the mix like that, and I don't really know why that was the decision they went with. Like, you could use headphones on some models of Game Boy Advance, or maybe only one of them. Maybe it was just the original model. They didn't have that. They didn't have headphones for the SP, right? Am I misremembering? Maybe I'm misremembering that. I do literally own one. I could just go look, but I don't remember offhand. Maybe they did have a headphone jack on the SP. Oh, it was a dongle. Okay. Okay, that makes more sense. And I assume the micro didn't have anything because it's a kind of a meme. Just kind of felt like it was more of a novelty console than it was a real something you could play games on. Nice fart in there. Just big tootin'. He beat Apple to the punch. I was thinking that too. Yeah, use the charging port just like Apple. Waka waka. Oh, they changed that. That's interesting. Another awful bonus to get. Glad I got it the first attempt. Oh, they changed this too. That's interesting. You weren't able to see the location of it at all originally. Whenever it blacked out. Interesting little micro changes they made to this stage on this version. Someone already did documentation for this, by the way. So, like, in case you're wondering, like, why don't you do documentation? Someone made, like, a fucking hour-and-a-half video talking about, like, all the changes. I didn't watch it, but, like, yeah, someone did that already on YouTube. I don't know if it was that long, but it was pretty damn long. Yeah, so this is probably the worst rendition. Like, this music's just terrible for this version. Damn it. Hopefully there's no letter in that. Okay, there wasn't. Good. I sometimes like crunchy peanut butter. I honestly haven't had it in quite a long time, though. Maybe I should crunch it up. Welcome back, me. So one thing I do like about the changes they made to this level is it's a hell of a lot easier to get the jumps to reach the bonuses. They actually made that more lenient. It was extremely tight in its timing before and not very intuitive. So there are a few things here and there when it comes to getting the bonuses where they made it easier, but also worse. It's a bit of a mixed bag. So we got all the Kong letters for this world. We only got one world left, so we're doing pretty well on that front. As kind of expected, this has ended up being like the first game's kind of the whole stream so far kind of deal, since I'm being pretty thorough about things. Another achievement for all bonuses in this world. Very good, Donkey Kong. Good dance. Good for you, buddy. They are. Donkey Kong Country Returns and Tropical Freeze have, like, absolutely garbage, uninspired bonuses with nothing in them. That somehow are even less creative than this game, which is saying a lot. So they added you having to throw a TNT at it now, just an extra little step, I guess. It no longer damages itself. Can it truly be a dumb drum if you have to damage it now? I don't know if the drum could be dumb anymore, because it used to just damage itself. So, kind of undermined the whole name of the boss. The fuck? Oh, that's a new placement. Why did they do that? Whatever. Well, he's defeated. He kind of just exploded, like, with no fanfare. That was kind of weird. He just exploded a tiny bit. Not really much of a death in this version. Very odd. But yeah, I honestly wish I was, like, less negative on the Retro Studios Donkey Kong Country games, but they are just... I don't think they're very good games, just being honest. So that was another bonus that was impossible to see in the original game, and they gave you any amount of hints to see it, so that's cool. Yeah, no, like, I really gave him a shot. You guys know I did. I really gave it my best go. And I disliked most of it quite heavily. I don't really understand their appeal, other than I had a Wii U, one of Nintendo's most dire consoles to ever have come out, and I need something, and this resembles a video game, so therefore it is the best video game, and it is truly just the most ultimate platformer ever, and that's Tropical Freeze. And then Returns is basically the same deal, except it was a successful console, but for like a completely different reason than like their other consoles were typically. The Wii was a very weird console. What a strange beast. Okay, that's different. Fuck. The whole movement of this track thing is, like, really different from the original. It's, like, I think slower. Or it's faster or it's slower, and I'm not sure which it is. But yeah, like, I tend to try to be honest with my chat. You know? Fuck. When it comes to my opinions on shit. Even if it's not always the popular opinion. So, I don't mean to be a hater, just... I experienced those games recently enough, and I was very unimpressed. Man, physics on this is just so different. I don't know why they did that, and I was mentioning it earlier, and I was wondering what the fuck it even was. And I hate it. It sounds so fucking terrible. I cannot believe they did that. It's just awful. Man, weaving through those zingers is really, really hard in this version for some reason. This beeping is pretty fucking funny. Sebmol. What's up, Sebmol and Raiders? Thank you for the raid. What's up? I'm Masumi. I do a lot of ill-advised things, like getting retro achievements in Donkey Kong Country on the Game Boy Advance. And basically playing all Donkey Kong Country games, and Donkey Kong games, it seems. That just seems to be a thing that I do. That seems to be just the thing I do. And, I'm someone who has, hundreds of hours in the original Super Nintendo Donkey Kong Country. I have played this version a couple times in the past. It sure is strange. Because I was talking about a lot earlier into my stream. About, like, the history of this, right? I looked at some Electronic Gaming Monthly reviews. I looked at the bit of the marketing. And a lot of people seem to think that these are ports. And I'm here to tell you that these are not ports. These are remakes. Me, I do not have Mr. Do. I am not playing Mr. Do. That's not my job. Playing Mr. Do is not something that we do around here. The map Kremlin would be a good emote, you think? Yeah? Yeah, maybe so, maybe so. Good. Thank you, Donkey Kong. Thank you, Donkey Kong. Yeah, these are remakes. They didn't have any of the original code. They did a lot of jank shit to, try to recreate this game on the Game Boy Advance, but they unfortunately didn't understand a lot of things. So that's neat. To give kind of a brief rundown, I guess I don't have to go in here again, but whatever. To give a brief rundown of, like, the major changes, other than the audio being shit and everything being washed out. They made some of the animations higher frame rate. They improved a few of the animations in general. They added a bunch of shit into the foregrounds and backgrounds. They changed the overworld map. And they completely changed the physics of this game. Fucking hell. As demonstrated there. They completely changed the physics. These play literally nothing. Like, the few things are sort of similar. A lot of things are hyper different. There's a lot of, like, movement tech and stuff that doesn't work in this version. Like, so you basically can't play them the same way at all. It's a completely different deal. And yes, they added Donkey Kong's Death Howl from Donkey Kong 64 and Diddy Kong's Death Howl. They have a lot of unnecessary sounds added because that's what Nintendo did during the Game Boy Advance era. Like, you know, Mario Advance. Remember Mario Advance stuff with, like, just what I needed? And, you know, stuff like that. But hey, I do have general vague plans of also streaming the Mario Advance games at some point. Be excited. if nothing else, if I were to give the pitch of why you should follow me, the pitch would be that I, much like Sepmol, do a lot of very bad ideas. or good ideas, depending on your perspective. I do the GameCube challenge, for example, where I beat every Nintendo GameCube game. Do you like seeing bizarre-ass fucking GameCube games no one's played or heard of? Well, I have news. I play those. I'm currently have been trapped in the Sphinx dimension. That's been fun. Sphinx and the Great Mummy, a like 25-hour video game that tries to be like Zelda and doesn't understand what that is. And isn't a finished video game. That one's fun. So we've been going through some interesting stuff lately. And I've been enjoying the retro achievement stuff as well. It's been amusing. I don't have any setup, at least not at present, of like, you know, give me this much money and I do like, you know, achievement bounties or whatever. I don't have anything like that yet. Maybe someday I will. Maybe someday you can inflict that upon me, but for now, I'm just checking things out. Vibing. Oh, right. I forgot about this one being like you start... Yeah. This is how you get the letters in this stage. I guess I can't go back and get that, huh? Oh, well. So, yeah, I'm trying to get as many achievements for this version as I can. I did the mastery for Donkey Kong Country, like the Super Nintendo one, like a couple days ago. So I got the mastery on that. And I thought, hey, why not check out the fucked up remake versions, huh? Because I played a great deal of the original Super Nintendo ones, like a lot. So what about Game Boy Color Donkey Kong Country? Is that a bad idea or good idea? So I have streamed through that version, but it was like 2 years ago when I had streamed that, so it was a while ago. A good long while ago. I also streamed these around the same time. So, like, you know... I think that the Game Boy Color version has to be done. I don't know about a mastery, okay? But, like, at least getting through it again is probably something that I'm gonna have to do. Just for posterity's sake. I don't think it's too long as you're not going for the 100%. I think it's, like, within the realm of reason. The main problem with Game Boy Color Donkey Kong Country is there's elevator antics is broken on that. They didn't make that level correctly, like at all. So that might be the wall. They made the elevators in elevator antics random. So you don't know what their patterns are going to be. So it's sort of just like block-based. That's true. They'll give me stuff like Hugo. You're not wrong about that. Yeah, Game Boy Color Donkey Kong Country is a real bootleg piece of shit. I'm gonna be real. Donkey Kong Land is worse, though. Donkey Kong Land is rough. Like, that one is genuinely fucking hard. Like, the first Donkey Kong Land is pretty fucking hard at points. Because you just don't know where to go sometimes, because you can't fucking see. It's pretty rough out here. Yeah, they changed that. There's no way to get up there that way. They make you go from the top. That's so weird. So, there is an actual bootleg of Donkey Kong Country called Donkey Kong Country 4 that came out in the NES. I haven't played it, Yet. Also, for the sake of not being silly, I'm gonna remove this stupid hood. It's a dumb redeem that I have that chat can turn on. So you know. There we go. Yeah, that is a pretty good emote. Yeah, I could see potential with that. Oh, look at them being so smart. So one of the things that they did with this version is they added these like scrapbook photo collectibles that are also required for like full completion percentage. Because this game didn't already have enough things, they had to add more. They also have these awful mini games that they make you do if you want to get 100%. So yeah, they have these terrible fucking mini games, and I'm probably gonna have to show them off because there's a bunch of people here. So probably after this level, I'll go show those. They're really bad. I'm probably not even gonna do them, to be honest. Like, I'm not gonna try and get the achievements for them. But we'll see. Yeah, they really did just decide some things. Fuck. Okay, well, we're out of the level. Let me go show. I think one of them is available. The funky one's available. We gotta complete the next level to get the candy one. So I think they want the red one still. No, they want the blue ones. Okay, I wasn't even reading what he said. I don't think they did. No, I think this is just the cutoff before they did that. Are you impressed by this minigame they added?
Not bad. Good catch. Hey, good going. That's great fishing. Not bad.
Not bad. Oh, I guess I gotta reset my time getting that shrimp. I guess it's a secret mechanic.
That's great fishing.
So we're still going. We're going for the points. It'd be fucking hilarious if I got the, like, one of the achievements for this. I seriously doubt that's gonna happen, to be honest, though. I think I heard it's pretty strict. I think they said you need, like, 40,000 points or something. I don't know how much that actually is in the context of, like, the amount you get, though. And I don't know if it's, like, per session or total, or... Because there's multiple versions of this minigame, I think. Unless it's just the one. Maybe it's just the one.
Hey, good going. Hey, good going.
But they only want the blue ones, I think. I think the red ones he doesn't give a shit about. I could be wrong, though. Maybe he wants both. I don't know. I don't know what Funky wants. He never explained it to me.
Good catch.
They don't tell me anything about Funky's wants or needs. All I know is he's like an anarchist in like, in fucking Donkey Kong 64 for some reason. He got radicalized. He decided to,
Good catch.
he decided to just become that kind of Kong, I guess. Good for him. Yeah, that's what some apes do. The Kong Wars are indeed a dangerous thing. Much like this minigame.
Good catch.
Somehow, it persists. The minigame does not want to end. I'm up. Apparently that was a fail. How was that a failure? We went forever. What the fuck do you want, Funky? What is wrong with you? Well, we got a photo. I don't know what his problem was. I felt like if it went on that long, we probably did okay. Maybe so. Maybe that's what they clock in on. It's just if you own this game, you're a failure by default. I kind of lost my place, though, since I was on that for so long. I don't even know what I was doing. Did I even get all the letters here? I don't know. I should have looked before I re-entered. I know I died, but some things carry over when you die, other things don't. Fuck off. Alright, let me look. Let me look. Okay, so I'm missing one bonus. And I didn't get all the Kong letters. Okay, so we didn't get most of the shit then. Either way, I have to do the first bonus again because that has the letter. Something I'm fairly certain they fixed in the sequels is they don't put the fucking letters in the bonuses. We'll find out, though, because I aim to do completionist on these. I figured that I have to do it at least one time in my life. Just to have a full understanding of the experience, you know? Gotta really just dig in there and figure out, like, how much do I like completionist in Donkey Kong Country games? The answer for 1 is I don't. But I think I might like it a lot more for 2. I think 2 does a better job. So I'm going to be really interested to figure that out. But yeah, it's kind of just an interesting thing to go through these weird versions because they're so different in how they play. Because for those who are not aware, I am like, according to just statistics on speedrun.com and looking at numbers of stats, I'm like one of the top players in the world for this game. For the original Super Nintendo version, not this fucking bootleg version. I can go very fast in the original Donkey Kong Country. But the physics are completely different in this version, so, like, none of the stuff works. There's actually not really any way to go fast in this version. It's kind of insane. Like, they took out all of, like, the speed tech and stuff. I don't even really think that was on purpose. I think that they just made different physics and didn't really look at what the original games did. They look the same on the surface, but they're very different when you actually know the tricks. Yeah, we already did that one earlier. It was pretty funny. I've known about that for a long time, though, of course. Okay, so we got another minigame. This is terrible. Okay. just a small spoiler. This does not work right. You have to do it super late. The timing is completely fucked. This is the last challenge, by the way. I only did the first one of these. So now we're gonna do the last one of these. Man, this is a lot to deal with. Retro achievements for this.
Time up.
They have a few retro achievements for these. I don't really think I want to do those ones. I think I'm good. I think that, if nothing else, will prevent me from getting a mastery on this version. No, it's not better on hardware. The timing is legit fucked. Like, the timing to get it perfect is when it is halfway through the reticle. It is madness. So, while yes, on a technical level, emulators will have more latency, that's not the problem with that minigame. The problem with that minigame is they just made it wrong. Like, it's not accurate to, like, how it's supposed to work. It's very funny. It's very funny. And it's very, like, you know, I know it's the kind of sick, twisted shit a Sebmol audience likes to see. So I know that. No, most of the achievements for this set actually come from the time attack mode. Speaking of cameras, there's one there. I probably can't get that unless I restart the level. Let me see. Maybe Diddy can get it. We'll remember it, though, if I... Let me see. Okay, it remembered. All right. Fuck. Yeah, it's just I think like half the achievements are from the DK attack mode, which is like their time trial mode in this. So that's why the achievement numbers are so low. Oh, we missed the letter O. How'd we do that? Well, I guess we'll have to do the level again. Some of the music translated pretty well, others were quite dire. It's a bit of a mixed result. They try to do their best. And, you know, I don't necessarily fault them for it not being perfect because the Game Boy Advance does not have a sound chip, so... What are you gonna do, right? Well, I fucked that up. Maybe the letter O is at the beginning of this checkpoint somewhere. It is. I just didn't grab it on the next attempt. Okay. Alright, well, that's probably for the best, then. But yeah, despite me getting, like, almost everything outside of missing some of the cameras, yeah, the reason the percentage is as low as it is because of that. Like, I think half the set is just time attacks. Which I'm interested in seeing what that's gonna be like. Because it's not just about going quickly, it's about, like, getting multipliers and shit and, like, hitting enemies. And I think there's also, like, hidden areas that add more time, like little areas you have to try and find that just give you extra time. So that's something I'll be checking out today. I disagree. I don't know why that barrel didn't hit, but okay. We go again, I guess. Yeah. I think depending on how they structure that mode, it might be entertaining for me. Because I do like speedrunning in this game, but not this version is the problem. But it might be interesting. Unless it's like very, very specific on routing, I don't expect it to be difficult to do once I like get a little bit of practice in. Because the levels are mostly the same as the original game. There are some small differences. It's mostly just the physics being changed that's going to be the main... God damn it. Going to be like the main problem. But yeah, we're pretty close to wrapping up this like major portion of the game. This is literally the last level. There's also another big achievement that's worth a lot that I'm going to be doing. And I might try to do it this stream. We'll see how that goes. It's debatable. Depending on factors, I might do it off stream. There's a additional mode that is unlocked with certain conditions in this that is quite interesting. The barrel hit detection on this is pretty bad. Okay, there's all the letters. So I believe we've gotten every letter in the game. So we're doing pretty good on that front. Oh, they did this now? That's what they're doing? That's funny. What a goofy fucking change. Yeah, they changed all the bosses in this, which I find hilarious. I assume it's just like a process of elimination on these ones. So you're essentially just fighting, like... Oh, that's what they did. Okay. Might not get this. We'll see. Well, so far it seems to be pretty close to the original. It's got some differences with the way that the coconuts shoot, but it's pretty close. All right, good. I'm real excited to hear what Gangplank Galleon sounds like. But how are our stats doing? Apparently I didn't get all the Kong letters in Temple Tempest. I guess I must have overlooked that. That's the... Okay. Yeah, there are a few levels... Wait, why does it... That's weird. It claims I didn't get them all for Platform Perils, but I did? But it's not highlighted in green. Oh, it's because I didn't get the bonus. Okay, so it does say yes, no. Okay, I see. That's what the green's for. It's just when you get everything. So I missed one bonus in Platform Perils. I actually forget where that is. I can look it up, though, if I need to. But how's our total percentage? So we're at 85. Okay. We're at 85. Let's see. Well, I guess I should probably just do Gangplank first. It's not like the game's gonna count it as 100% anyway. Because I didn't do the mini games and the other shit, so it's not going to give me, like, any special, like, message from Cranky or anything. That isn't just, you didn't find everything. But yeah, let's just do Gangplank. I want to hear what this music sounds like anyway. Wow, okay. He's like in slow motion. Oh god, I forgot he did that. Wonderful. Oh god, he really throws that crown slow, chat. This is so weird, the way that this fight is now. It's the same, but it's not. It's like, some of it's like almost slow motion. They made the cannon section faster, which is probably for the best, since it was kind of just way too long in the original. He also, like, jumps really low now. So, like, if you were jumping when he jumped, he would hit you. Which is very different. Wow, they really rushed through those credits. Jesus. What a weird fucking version. Okay. So the problem with this boss is going to be that they changed his locations for jumping. Oops. Oh, they actually give you a checkpoint for that? That's generous. There's probably an achievement for doing it in one go, though. I was not expecting them to checkpoint that. He dies so quickly. Funny. Yeah, they were pretty obsessed with that idea during the Game Boy Advance era. Everything's got to make noise. Everything's got to be loud. Fucking... What a fucking strange version of this. I'm having fun with it, though. I'm having fun with it. I'm a little surprised that Cranky didn't yell at me about not getting everything. Maybe they decided to try and make him nicer or something. No, they didn't scene change at all, which is pretty lazy, to be honest. At least that's cute. Like, maybe that's why they decided to do that, because they could do the transition to the underwater part, so they're not just swimming in the air or whatever. So maybe that was their idea. I don't remember what the credit sequences are like in the 2 and 3 versions. We'll find out eventually. I can, like, kind of appreciate the underwater idea. That's kind of cute. It's, like, an amount of effort there. I like how he just showed up just to do one, like, half-hearted fucking coconut. Good. Thank you for showing up. Very good. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit of an improvement. Some of the stuff's good, some of it's bad. It's very mixed. Like, again, I would never recommend this as, like, the version someone plays. But it's not as bad as what you would think. Can I get to the next... Hello? The buttons have ceased working. You okay, game? Maybe it's gonna click off. Oh, it's because I wasn't... That's weird. Okay, because I clicked off, that's why. It was just the... I wasn't clicked on the emulator. So this is their attempt to bridge the gap between the sequel, which is funny. It's almost like a fanfic, where they're like, we have to explain it. We have to explain how he's in the second game. We have to show it to the audience. Love these super low-res versions of them, by the way. They're just like a handful of pixels. Yeah, it's a very George Lucas thing. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Gotta explain it, otherwise they'll get confused. There's fireworks for some reason. So weird. There's fireworks in the second game when you do the cart sections in that. Yeah, I suppose. I probably wouldn't have... I don't know. I probably would have just stuck to, like, kind of what they did in the original, where at least you had a background to look at, and not just the fireworks, but that's just me. That's just me. I otherwise thought their version of the credit sequence up to this point was pretty cool, so... Like, even though they didn't scene change, at least they did that stuff with the underwater stuff, and I like that. Even though I had played this version before, it really goes to show how much of it I don't remember. Like, I do not remember much of this. I doubt Miyamoto even looked at this. Miyamoto doesn't fucking care. Yeah, so that's with us trying to get all the stuffs, but we missed some things and we're not like really quite done with that. That's where we're at with it. If I weren't trying to get stuff and I was playing the Super Nintendo, I usually average like 40 minutes. 40 minutes, 45 minutes. So the DK attack is where like half of this set's achievements seem to be. I'm curious how this works. We can just like do any of them now, so let's give this a go. Okay, so yeah, we got like collectibles and shit. I don't know if letters give us time or how any of that shit works. It doesn't seem like the lives do anything in this. It seems to just be like... bonuses are also a thing, okay. That just gives us score. So yeah, there's the two things that you get. You get the score, and you get the remaining time. Interesting. So there's like leaderboard attempts. I don't really care about those. So I don't think that got me an achievement, but I'm not sure. It's an A rank. I think they want S ranks. So let me try that again. It is indeed a classic. See, I think the trick with this is just knowing where the shit is. Yeah, there's like stuff up on the trees, and there was one at the end that I saw. I didn't bring Rambi to the end, so I lose score with that, but it may not matter. Okay, so I got an S rank, so that gave me an achievement. Yeah. So they just want, for the achievements, they want you to get S rank, I think. I don't even think, whatever the score is doesn't matter. It's just whatever counts as the S rank, so... it's fine. Wonder if Diddy's even worth getting for this. Probably isn't for the amount of time you spend. The fuck? How the fuck do you get that? I guess if you just fall down, it'll add to the time. Okay. Interesting. Seems like this one has a lot of routes. So I lose out in the score because I don't have both Kongs at the end. I wasn't expecting a first try anyway. Yeah, B. Yeah, so this is like... seems fine. I don't really expect this to be difficult to do. Whether I do much of this on stream is kind of another matter, because it does seem a bit grindy. Yeah, that clock ticking is stupid. I definitely am not a fan of that. Still a B. Yeah, they must require you to do different stuff. So it mostly just seems to be learn whatever the route is that they want you to do. And that gets you like the most points or the time remaining that you need, whatever it is. I think it's just score requirement. So whatever gets you the score requirement, a combination of your time, the bonuses, shit like that. So probably not super compelling stream content, to be honest. That's my read on this. Because otherwise, it's the same fucking game, right? So it's not like you guys are really seeing anything new here. You've kind of seen what this mode is already. Goddamn muscle memory. That glitch does not work in this version. Fuck. I keep doing it. Okay. A rank. I bet that was close to an S rank. I bet that was close. But yeah, most of the achievement stuff for this, most of the points are through this. So I'd be interested in doing it. But not on stream, I don't think, because it's just grindy and boring. Like, we've already seen all the levels. I don't really think I need to show all that. So this just lets you do the minigames individually. Interesting. It seems reasonably strict, yeah. It's mostly just about knowing where the shit is. Like, just knowing where the things that give you more time and more points are. Because they do hide some of it. So it's just about knowing whatever their secret route is. Like, literally, if I just looked it up on YouTube and just watched what they did, I'd be able to do what they did. But that's fucking boring to do on a stream, so I'm not gonna do that on a stream. But, otherwise, I think we've effectively done all the meaningful stuff that's worth doing on a stream. Like, we've showcased the entire game. So the rest of it's just sort of like off. If I want to do more achievements for this, I can just do it off stream. So I think we've pretty much fully covered the entire thing here. I missed like a few bonuses, a handful of cameras. There's the stupid minigames. And then there's the time attack mode, which is most of the set. So that's pretty much the gist of it. So that's Donkey Kong Country on the Game Boy Advance. Fascinating stuff. Fascinating stuff.